This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've been putting off writing about this for months. I guess I thought if I didn't put it down in words, maybe I could convince myself it never happened. But I can't sleep. I keep hearing that voice. So here goes. I'm a police officer in Lakeshore. It's a small town, the kind where everybody knows everybody. And the biggest crimes are usually teenagers drinking by the lake or Mr. Peterson complaining about his neighbor's dog. I've been on the force for 7 years now. Nothing exceptional about my career until 3 months ago. It was late October, around 11:30 at night. The air had that crisp autumn chill that makes your lungs feel clean when you breathe deep. I was on patrol alone. We don't have the budget for 2 officer cars in Lakeshore, just finishing up my usual route around the east side of town. I remember I was thinking about stopping for coffee when the call came in. Possible suspicious activity at Miller Bridge, dispatch said. Anonymous caller reported strange noises and possible trespassing. I remember sighing. Miller Bridge is this old stone structure on the edge of town that's been abandoned for at least 20 years. The county built a new highway bridge about half a mile downstream, and the old one's just been sitting there rotting ever since. Local kids use it as a hangout spot. There's always beer cans and graffiti, the usual stuff, but there's also the stories. Every small town has that one place, right? The place everyone says is haunted. For us, it's Miller Bridge. There's all these tales about workers who died during construction, a bus full of kids that went over the side in the 50s, blah blah blah. I never paid much attention to it. Ghost stories are for campfires and sleepovers. 10-4, I replied. I'm about 5 minutes out. I flipped my cruiser around and headed toward the bridge. The road leading there is this narrow, winding thing that cuts through dense woods. No streetlights. Just my headlights cutting through the darkness and the occasional reflective eyes of deer or raccoons watching from the trees. When I pulled up to the bridge, I left my headlights on, pointing at the entrance. The bridge is maybe 100 yards long, spanning this deep ravine with a creek at the bottom. My cruiser's spotlight swept across the stone structure, catching the faded "no trespassing" signs and the rusty chain-link fence that's supposed to keep people out. The fence had a huge hole cut in it, had been that way for years. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of the car. The night was dead quiet except for the soft gurgle of the creek below and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. I radioed in my arrival. Be advised, Officer Harper is 10:23 at Miller Bridge. Copy that, Harper, came the response from Diane, our night dispatcher. Be careful out there. I remember laughing a little. It's probably just some kids drinking. Still, check in every 5 minutes, okay? Yes, Mom, I joked. I walked through the gap in the fence and onto the bridge. My boots made this hollow sound on the old concrete. The bridge has these stone walls on either side, about waist high, with decorative arches cut into them every few feet. Beyond them is just open air and a 50-foot drop to the creek bed. My flashlight beam bounced around as I walked, catching graffiti tags and empty beer cans. Nothing unusual. I was about halfway across when I first heard it. Help me. It was so faint I almost thought I'd imagined it, a woman's voice, sounding weak and strained. I stopped and called out, "Police officer, is someone there?" Silence. Just the wind and the distant hoot of an owl. I continued walking, sweeping my light from side to side. "If someone's here, I need you to show yourself. I'm not looking to get anyone in trouble." That's when I heard it again, clearer this time. "Please, help me." It was coming from below the bridge. I moved to the side and shined my light down. The ravine walls were steep and rocky, covered in scraggly bushes and weeds. The creek at the bottom reflected my flashlight beam. "Hello?" I called down. "Are you hurt? Do you need assistance?" "I'm trapped. Please help." My radio crackled. Harper checking in. "Everything okay?" I keyed my shoulder mic. I've got someone down in the ravine. Sounds like a female in distress, requesting backup. Copy that. Sending Officer Ramirez your way. ETA 15 minutes. Advise you wait for backup before proceeding. 10-4. I should have listened. God, I should have just waited. But then the voice called again, more desperate this time. Please don't leave me. I can't get out. I thought about someone hurt down there, maybe a teenager who fell. 15 minutes could be the difference between life and death if they were seriously injured. I made a decision. I'm coming down to help, I called. Just keep talking so I can find you. I radioed in again. Dispatch, I'm going to check on the individual. They sound like they might be injured. Harper, wait for... The radio crackled with static. Dispatch? I tried again. Diane, you're breaking up. More static. Then Diane's voice, fragmented. Don't bridge. History. Great time for radio issues. I clipped it back to my shoulder and looked for a way down. There was a maintenance path about 20 feet ahead, a narrow trail zigzagging down the ravine wall. I started making my way toward it. That's when my flashlight started acting up. The beam flickered, dimmed, then came back strong, then dimmed again. I smacked it against my palm a few times. Brand new batteries. Shouldn't be doing this. I reached the maintenance path and started down. It was steep and slippery with fallen leaves. I had to grab onto roots and branches sticking out of the ravine wall to keep from sliding. Keep talking, I called out. I'm coming down to help you. Hurry, the voice replied. It sounded different somehow, like it was coming through water or something. I've been here so long. I was about halfway down when my flashlight went completely dark. I shook it, smacked it, nothing. I pulled out my phone to use that light instead. No signal, of course, but the flashlight worked. The temperature seemed to drop about 10 degrees the further down I went. October in Michigan gets cold, sure, but this was different. It was like walking into a freezer. My breath started coming out in visible puffs. When I reached the bottom, I was standing on a narrow strip of rocky shore next to the creek. The bridge loomed overhead, a dark mass against the night sky. My phone's light wasn't nearly as powerful as my flashlight had been, but it was enough to see a few feet ahead. Hello? I called out. I'm here to help. Where are you? The voice came again from underneath the center of the bridge. Here, I'm here. I started walking toward it, picking my way over slippery rocks. The water in the creek seemed unnaturally still, not flowing like it should be. My phone light reflected off its surface, showing me my own face looking back, pale and tense. As I got closer to the bridge's center, I noticed something odd. The temperature kept dropping, and there was this smell, like wet earth and something else I couldn't place, something rotten. I'm almost there, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Are you hurt? What's your name? No answer this time. Just as I reached the darkest part, right under the center arch of the bridge, my phone light caught something, a figure standing by one of the stone pillars. It was hard to make out details in the dim light, but it looked like a woman in dark clothing. She was just standing there, completely still. Ma'am, are you the one who called for help? I asked, moving closer. The figure didn't move, didn't seem to be breathing. Police officer, I said, louder this time. I'm here to help. Are you hurt? Finally, she spoke. Help me. I can't escape. Her voice was all wrong. It sounded hollow, like it was coming from the bottom of a well. And her mouth, I swear her mouth didn't move when she spoke. I stopped about 10 feet away from her. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run. What's your name? I asked, my hand moving to my holster. Not that a gun would help if someone was just hurt, but something felt very, very wrong. Lisa Harper, she said. My name, she said my name. I felt the blood drain from my face. How do you know my name? The figure began to move toward me, not walking, more like gliding, like her feet weren't touching the ground. I've been waiting for you, Lisa, she hissed, for so long. In the dim light of my phone, I finally saw her face. Or what should have been her face. It was like looking at a photograph that's been submerged in water for years, blurry, distorted, features running together, and her eyes, Christ, her eyes were just black holes. I backed up, nearly falling over the rocks. Stay back. She kept coming, faster now. Don't leave me here alone again, Lisa. Not again. I turned and ran. I don't remember much about the climb back up the ravine. I was scrambling, slipping, my hands getting cut on rocks and branches. All I know is I was moving faster than I ever have in my life. Behind me, I could hear her voice getting louder, more distorted. You promised you'd come back for me. I reached the top and sprinted across the bridge toward my cruiser. As I ran, the bridge itself seemed to groan and shift under my feet. The stone felt soft, almost spongy. Wrong. I slammed into my cruiser and fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so bad I could barely get them in the ignition. As soon as the engine roared to life, my radio suddenly cleared up. Harper, get out of there now. It was Diane screaming through the radio. Harper, do you copy? I grabbed the mic. I'm here. I'm leaving now. Thank God, she gasped. Listen to me. There was no call about the bridge tonight. No one reported anything. My blood went cold. What are you talking about? You dispatched me. No, I didn't, she cut in. The system shows no call about Miller Bridge tonight. I've been trying to reach you for 20 minutes. I looked in my rearview mirror. At the entrance to the bridge, illuminated by my taillights, was the figure, just standing there, watching. Drive away now, Diane said, her voice shaking. And Harper, you need to know something. 22 years ago, an officer responded to a call at that bridge. Officer Lisa Harper. She was never seen again. My name, my fucking name. I floored it, tires squealing as I sped away from that place. In my mirror, I watched the figure raise one arm, like she was waving goodbye. I haven't been back to Miller Bridge since that night. I requested a transfer to day shift, and I take the long way around town to avoid driving anywhere near that place. I've researched everything I could find about the bridge and about the officer who disappeared. There's not much, just a few newspaper articles from 22 years ago about a young female officer who went missing while on duty. Same name as me, same badge number. Sometimes my radio still picks up strange transmissions, a woman's voice, distorted and far away, asking for help. And sometimes, when I'm trying to sleep, I swear I can hear her whispering my name. I don't know what happened that night. I don't know what's under Miller Bridge, but I know it's still there waiting, and I know it knows my name. Story 2. I've never told many people about what happened that summer. Even now, 6 years later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night thinking I've heard that sound again. My girlfriend thinks I'm just having regular nightmares, but she doesn't understand. She wasn't there. I was 17 back then, the summer before senior year in Mistwood. If you've never heard of it, I'm not surprised. It's this tiny coastal town where nothing ever happens. Seriously, we had one stoplight, one grocery store, and the closest mall was an hour away. The kind of place where teenagers have to make their own fun or go crazy from boredom. That Friday night in July, me, Ethan, and Danny were just hanging out at Danny's house playing video games like we usually did. Danny's parents were cool with us staying late, so we'd been messing around for hours, but eventually even shooting zombies gets boring. It was probably around 10 or 11 at night when Ethan suggested we go for a walk. Where to? I remember asking. There wasn't exactly a happening downtown to explore. I don't know, just somewhere. I'm sick of being inside, Ethan said. It wasn't weird for us to walk around at night in Mistwood. Everyone knew everyone, and the scariest thing that usually happened was Mr. Peterson yelling at kids for cutting through his yard. So we headed out just walking and talking about normal stuff. The upcoming school year, which colleges we might apply to, the new Marvel movie. We ended up on Pinecrest Road, which runs along the edge of town before turning into forest. It wasn't used much since they'd finished logging a big section of it earlier that year. The whole left side of the road was just a mess of stumps and fallen logs that they hadn't cleared yet. We'd been walking for maybe 20 minutes when Danny pointed out something in the distance. Hey, what's that orange light over there? I squinted and saw it too, this faint orange glow coming from somewhere beyond the logged area. It wasn't bright like a fire, more like, I don't know, maybe someone camping with lanterns, or teenagers like us messing around. "Let's check it out," Ethan said immediately. Looking back, I wish I'd said no. I wish we'd just kept walking down that road, gone back to Danny's and played more video games. But when you're 17 and bored in a small town, anything different seems exciting. The terrain was brutal. We had to climb over fallen trees, watch our step on uneven ground, and navigate around stumps. Our phone flashlights barely helped. We kept moving toward the light, but it didn't seem to get any closer. After about 30 minutes of this, we were all sweaty and scraped up. "This is stupid," Danny complained. "We're never going to reach it." That's when we came to the ravine. It just appeared suddenly, this steep drop-off about 20 feet across. On our side was nothing but the logged wasteland, but on the other side was dense forest that started right at the edge. I remember thinking it was weird how sharply the forest began, like someone had drawn a line and said, "Trees start here." We couldn't see the orange light anymore. Either we'd lost track of it while navigating the obstacles, or it had gone out. "Well, this sucks," Ethan said, sitting down on a log. "All that walking for nothing." I knelt down to catch my breath. My knees were scraped from tripping earlier, and I was tired. Danny lay flat on his back, looking up at the stars, which were super bright out there away from town. Ethan remained standing, staring across the ravine into the trees. I pulled out my phone to check the time. It was a few minutes after midnight. We'd been out longer than I realized. I was about to suggest heading back when I looked up and saw it. There was something standing on the other side of the ravine, maybe 10 or 15 feet into the trees. At first, my brain tried to make sense of it. A trick of the light, a weirdly shaped tree, anything but what it actually was. But I couldn't unsee it. It was humanoid but wrong. Tall and unnaturally thin, with skin so pale it seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. I couldn't make out facial features clearly, but I knew it was looking at us, not just in our direction, at us, specifically, deliberately. I completely froze. I was terrified to move or look away. I had this overwhelming certainty that if I took my eyes off it for even a second, it would somehow cross that ravine instantly and be right next to me. "Do you guys see that?" I whispered, not moving my eyes from the figure. Ethan turned to look at me, and his face, I'll never forget his expression. Pure fear. He'd been staring at it too. Before Danny could even respond, it happened. This sound, this impossible sound. It was like a whistle, but deeper than any whistle should be. So loud it felt like it was coming from right beside my ear, but also from everywhere at once. It wasn't human. Nothing human could make that sound. We ran. We just turned and ran like hell, not saying a word to each other. Pure instinct. I remember scrambling over logs, branches slapping my face, my lungs burning. I was convinced something was right behind me the entire time, but I didn't dare look back. I reached the road first and hesitated for maybe 2 seconds, waiting for my friends. When they burst out of the trees moments later, we all kept running. What had been a 30-minute walk through difficult terrain became maybe a 5-minute sprint of pure adrenaline back to Danny's house. We collapsed in his driveway, all of us gasping for air. My jeans were torn, my hands were scraped and bleeding, and I had scratches all over my arms. Danny had a cut above his eye that was dripping blood, and Ethan had lost his glasses somewhere along the way. We didn't talk about it that night. We just went inside, cleaned ourselves up, and sat in Danny's basement with all the lights on until morning. None of us slept. The next day, when we finally discussed what happened, I discovered that Danny hadn't seen the figure. He'd been looking at the stars when we heard the whistle. But Ethan had seen exactly what I had, the pale humanoid thing standing in the trees. We agreed on every detail without prompting each other, and all 3 of us had heard that whistle. We tried researching local legends afterward, but found nothing about pale figures in the woods or weird whistling sounds. One night about a week later, Ethan suggested going back during daylight to look for his glasses. Danny and I refused immediately. No way were we going back there, day or night. I don't hang out with Ethan or Danny much anymore. We all went to different colleges, and whenever we do get together during breaks, we avoid talking about that night. But I know they remember it as clearly as I do. Sometimes I'll catch Ethan looking over his shoulder for no reason, or notice how Danny won't walk anywhere after dark now. The logging company eventually cleared that whole area and built some new houses there. I've driven past a few times but never stopped. I wonder if the families living there have experienced anything strange. Part of me wants to warn them, but what would I even say? I've tried to convince myself over the years that we just scared ourselves, that it was a weirdly shaped tree and maybe some hunter in the distance blowing a whistle. But I know what I saw, and I know what I heard. That thing was watching us, and whatever sound it made wasn't meant for human ears. The weirdest thing is that I can't remember anything about the orange light we initially went to investigate. What was it? Why was it there? Was it even real or just some kind of lure? These questions keep me up at night sometimes. I'm 23 now, working at an accounting firm 2 towns over. I have a normal life. But I still sleep with a nightlight, and I've never gone hiking or camping since that night. My girlfriend wants to go backpacking this summer, and I keep making excuses. How do I explain that I'm afraid of something I can't even properly describe? Sometimes when I'm driving home late from work, I'll take the long route that doesn't go through any wooded areas. And if I'm being completely honest, I'm writing this from my apartment with all the blinds closed and my back to the wall. Because the worst part isn't what we saw or heard that night. It's the feeling I've had ever since, this constant sense that we were marked somehow, that by seeing it, we opened some door that wasn't meant to be opened. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I swear I can hear that whistle again, very faintly, like it's coming from just outside my window. I don't know what was in those woods that night. I don't know if it's still there, or if it's somewhere else now, maybe even closer. All I know is that I'll never forget it, and I'll never stop looking over my shoulder. Story 3. I still can't sleep well. It's been 3 weeks since that night on I-40, and every time I close my eyes, I see her face. I'm writing this down partly because I need to get it out, but also as a warning. If you're ever driving that stretch of Interstate 40 late at night and see a woman in a dark coat asking for a ride, just keep driving. It happened on a Tuesday night 3 weeks ago. I was hauling a shipment from Nashville to Albuquerque, running behind schedule because of engine trouble earlier in the day. By 11 at night, I was exhausted and still had several hours of driving ahead of me. The coffee in my thermos had gone cold hours before, and my eyes were getting heavy. I knew I needed to stop before I became a hazard on the road. Around midnight, I spotted the glowing sign of a roadside diner, Molly's 24-hour stop, just off exit 23. It wasn't much, but the lights were on, and I could make out a few trucks in the parking lot. Good enough for me. I pulled my rig into the lot, grabbed my wallet, and headed inside. The bell above the door jingled as I entered, and the smell of cheap coffee and grease hit me immediately. Only a handful of people were inside. A couple of other truckers hunched over their meals, an old man reading a newspaper at the counter, and a middle-aged waitress refilling coffee cups. And then there was her. She sat alone in a corner booth, a woman in a dark coat with the collar pulled up. Her long black hair partially obscured her face, but I could feel her eyes on me from the moment I walked in. I tried not to stare, but something about her seemed off. She wasn't eating or drinking anything, just sitting there watching the door. I took a seat at the counter and ordered coffee and a slice of apple pie. As I waited, I could feel her gaze burning into my back. I glanced at her reflection in the napkin dispenser, and sure enough, she was staring right at me. Not just looking in my general direction, but full-on staring. The waitress, her name tag read Darlene, must have noticed my discomfort. "Don't mind her," she said quietly as she placed my pie in front of me. "She's been here for hours. Hasn't ordered anything except water." I nodded and focused on my pie, but I couldn't shake the feeling of those eyes watching me. I finished quickly, paid my bill, and left a decent tip. Just as I was about to leave, I heard the booth creak behind me. "Excuse me." Her voice was soft but strained, like someone who hadn't spoken in days. I turned around, and there she was, standing just a few feet away. Up close, I could see she was probably in her 30s, with pale skin and dark circles under her eyes. Her coat was worn at the edges, and she clutched a small bag to her chest. "I'm sorry to bother you," she said, "but I saw your truck outside. Are you heading west on Interstate 40? I hesitated before answering. "Yeah, I am. I need to get to Amarillo. My car broke down about 10 miles back, and I've been trying to find someone heading that way." She glanced toward the window, where darkness pressed against the glass. "I know it's a lot to ask a stranger, but I'm desperate." Every instinct told me to make an excuse and leave, but it was freezing outside, and the thought of leaving someone stranded in the middle of nowhere didn't sit right with me. Plus, there were other people around who'd seen her talking to me. What was the worst that could happen? "I can take you as far as Amarillo," I said finally. "I'm leaving now if you're ready." The relief on her face seemed genuine. Thank you so much. I'm Rachel." "Ethan," I replied, already wondering if I was making a mistake. We walked to my truck in silence. The parking lot was eerily quiet now, with only a single overhead lamp flickering in the wind. I unlocked the passenger door for her and circled around to the driver's side. As soon as she climbed in, I felt a chill spread through the cab that had nothing to do with the outside temperature. I started the engine and pulled back onto the interstate. For the first 20 minutes or so, neither of us spoke. The radio played softly in the background, some late-night talk show discussing local legends. Rachel stared out the window, watching the darkness rush by. "Thanks again for the ride," she said finally, her voice barely audible over the hum of the engine. Not many people would stop for a stranger these days. "No problem," I replied, keeping my eyes on the road. "So what happened to your car?" She took a moment to answer. "Engine trouble. It just died on me, middle of nowhere." "Did you call a tow truck?" "No signal out here," she said. "And my phone's dead anyway." I nodded, though something about her story didn't quite add up. We were on a major interstate. Patchy service maybe, but not completely dead. I didn't push it though. People have their reasons for the stories they tell. After another mile or so, I noticed the temperature in the cab was still dropping. I cranked up the heat, but it didn't seem to make any difference. My breath was starting to fog in front of my face. "Is it just me, or is it getting colder?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light. Rachel didn't respond at first. When I glanced over, she was sitting completely rigid, her eyes fixed on something ahead of us. Her knuckles were white where she gripped her small bag. "They're coming," she whispered. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature ran down my spine. "What? Who's coming?" "The spirits of the highway," she said, her voice taking on a strange, hollow quality. "They know I've found someone. They always know." I forced a laugh, though my mouth had gone dry. "That's not funny. It's not meant to be." She turned to look at me, and something in her eyes made my stomach drop. "They're drawn to the living, to warmth. They've been following me for so long now." Before I could respond, the radio suddenly crackled with static. The talk show disappeared, replaced by a burst of white noise that made me jump. Then, through the static, a voice emerged. "Warning to all drivers on Interstate 40 West. Be advised there have been reports of mysterious disappearances along this stretch of highway in recent weeks. Authorities caution drivers not to pick up hitchhikers, particularly a woman in dark clothing who may be attempting to flag down vehicles. If you see this individual, do not stop. Repeat, do not stop." The blood drained from my face as I stared at the radio. When I looked over at Rachel, she was watching me with an expression I couldn't read. "They're lying," she said quietly. "They want me to stay here. They don't want me to escape." My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. "Who are you?" "Really?" She didn't answer. Instead, she pointed ahead. "Look." About a quarter mile ahead, I could make out a figure standing on the shoulder of the road. As we got closer, I could see it was another woman, her arm outstretched in the universal hitchhiker gesture. She was wearing what looked like the same dark coat as Rachel. "Don't stop," Rachel said urgently. "Whatever you do, don't stop for her." "I wasn't planning to," I muttered, my heart pounding in my chest. As we approached the figure, I moved to the left lane to give her a wide berth. Just as we were about to pass, the woman on the roadside turned her head to follow our truck. In the brief moment my headlights illuminated her face, I saw it was identical to Rachel's. The same pale skin, the same dark eyes, the same expression. My breath caught in my throat, and then my headlights went out. 1 second they were casting their beam on the road ahead, and the next we were plunged into total darkness. The dashboard lights flickered and died. Even the glow from the radio vanished. What the hell? I hit the brakes instinctively, feeling the truck slow on the empty highway. "They're here," Rachel whispered beside me. That's when I heard them. Whispers rising from all around us, from inside the cab itself. Dozens of voices, maybe hundreds, all speaking at once in a hushed, urgent tone. "You cannot escape. You cannot escape. You cannot escape." I fumbled for the emergency flashlight I kept in the door pocket, but my fingers closed around nothing but empty air. The whispering grew louder, and with it came a pressure in my ears, like being deep underwater. "Rachel, what's happening?" I turned to her, but in the darkness I could barely make out her silhouette. "I'm sorry, Ethan," she said, and her voice had changed. It echoed now as if coming from somewhere much further away than the passenger seat. "I didn't want to do this, but I've been stuck here so long, I just want to move on." "Move on? What are you talking about?" "I'm not what you think I am," she said. "I'm not a lost traveler. I died on this highway 15 years ago. A truck driver fell asleep at the wheel and hit me head on, but I couldn't move on. None of us can. We're trapped here, between worlds." The whispers grew louder, and I felt something cold brush against my arm. The darkness seemed to press in from all sides. "The only way to escape is to find someone to take your place," Rachel continued. "Someone living. I'm sorry it had to be you, but I've been waiting so long. They told me if I could bring someone else into the darkness, I could finally be free." My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The temperature had dropped so low that ice was forming on the inside of the windshield. I couldn't see anything beyond a foot in front of my face, but I could sense movement in the darkness, shapes shifting and circling the truck. "You don't have to be afraid," Rachel said, her voice now coming from somewhere behind me despite her sitting to my right. "It's not so bad once you accept it, and someday you'll find someone to take your place too." I felt cold fingers brush against the back of my neck, and that was the moment I completely lost it. Pure adrenaline surged through me. I fumbled for the door handle, yanked it open, and threw myself out into the night. I hit the asphalt hard, scraping my palms and knees, but I barely felt it. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I ran blindly down the highway, expecting at any moment to feel those cold hands grabbing me, pulling me back. The whispers followed me, growing fainter with each step, but never completely disappearing. I don't know how long I ran. It could have been minutes or hours, before I saw lights ahead, a gas station, its fluorescent sign cutting through the darkness like a beacon. I staggered into the parking lot, gasping for breath. The attendant looked up in alarm as I burst through the door, probably thinking I was drunk or high. I babbled something about my truck, about needing help, about a woman named Rachel. The attendant called the highway patrol, who arrived about 20 minutes later. They took my statement, though I could tell they didn't believe a word of it. When we went back to where I'd left my truck, there was nothing there. No truck, no Rachel, no sign that anything had happened at all. The official report says my truck was stolen, probably by the woman I picked up at the diner. They've been looking into it, but I know they won't find anything. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if I had some kind of breakdown on that lonely stretch of highway. But then I feel that cold touch on the back of my neck again, and I hear the whispers at the edge of my hearing. "You cannot escape." I don't drive anymore, especially not at night. I've moved to a small apartment in the city where the constant noise and light help keep the darkness at bay. But sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I see Rachel's face changing. becoming something else. And I know that somewhere out there, on Interstate 40, she's still watching, still waiting for the next driver to stop. Story 4. I still don't sleep well most nights. My doctor says it's PTSD, but how do you explain to someone that the trauma isn't just from what I saw, but from what I now know? Knowledge can be its own kind of poison. This all started back in March of 2007, when I joined the Portland Police Bureau. I'd been working as a detective for about 5 years at that point, handling mostly property crimes before moving up to homicides. I remember the day Elliot Marsh was introduced to our department, this tall, slender guy with wire-rimmed glasses and the most meticulously pressed shirts I'd ever seen. He was our new forensic photographer, hired from Seattle PD, where he'd spent 15 years building a solid reputation. From day one, Elliot struck me as different, not in a bad way initially, just particular. While everyone else had fully embraced digital photography, Elliot insisted on maintaining film photography alongside digital methods. Our captain accommodated this because Elliot's portfolio was seriously impressive. The guy had an eye for detail that bordered on supernatural. I'm Sarah Linden, by the way. I was the lead detective who eventually got assigned to figure out what the hell was happening with Elliot's photographs. But I'm getting ahead of myself. For the first 6 months, Elliot was a godsend to our department. He captured crime scenes with this incredible clarity that helped us spot evidence we might have otherwise missed. The way he positioned his shots, the angles he chose, it was like he could see things the rest of us couldn't. At the time, I thought it was just expertise. Now I wonder if that wasn't exactly right, but not in the way anyone could have imagined. The first time I noticed something was off was at the Kendrick scene. James Kendrick, 58-year-old accountant, found dead in his office from an apparent heart attack that turned out to be poisoning. Nothing seemed unusual during the initial investigation. Elliot did his usual thing, methodically photographing every inch of the room. But when the photos came back, I noticed something strange in the background of one image, a sort of elongated shadow behind Kendrick's desk that didn't match any object in the room. I remember asking my partner, "Was there a floor lamp or something by the window?" He looked at me like I was crazy and said no. I figured it was just some quirk of the lighting or maybe something outside casting a shadow through the blinds. Then came the Wilson case 2 weeks later. Domestic homicide. Husband killed his wife during an argument. Tragic but straightforward. Except in Elliot's photos, there was another shadow anomaly. This time more distinctly human-shaped, standing in the corner of the living room. I checked with every officer who'd been present. No one had seen anything like that. I started going through Elliot's previous work and found more shadows, subtle at first, barely noticeable unless you were really looking, but growing more distinct in recent months. Always near the victims, always in positions that made no physical sense given the lighting sources in the rooms. The breaking point came with the Reinhardt case in October. Bradley Reinhardt, investment banker, found murdered in his bedroom, single gunshot wound to the head. The scene was pristine otherwise, no signs of struggle, no forced entry. When Elliot's photographs came back, I nearly dropped the folder. There, in the corner of Reinhardt's bedroom, was what could only be described as a shadow figure. Not just a vague shape this time, but a distinctly human silhouette with what appeared to be arms and a head. And across the sequence of photos, the figure seemed to move slightly, turning as if to observe the body from different angles. I kept this observation to myself initially. How do you tell your captain that your department photographer is capturing what looks like shadow people at crime scenes? But I couldn't let it go. So I started digging into Elliot's background. His personnel file was impressive. Degrees in forensic photography, stellar recommendations from Seattle PD. But when I contacted some of his former colleagues, I got some hesitation in their responses. One finally admitted off the record that Elliot had become obsessive about certain cases toward the end of his time there, said he'd spend hours in his darkroom developing and redeveloping images from particularly violent crime scenes. I managed to get access to his academic records. Elliot had done his graduate work on something he called emotional residue in violent spaces, essentially arguing that extreme trauma could leave imprints that might be captured through specialized photographic techniques. Most of his professors had dismissed it as pseudo-scientific, but he'd been passionate enough about it to publish several papers in fringe journals. The real bombshell came when I discovered medical records showing Elliot had been treated for psychiatric issues 3 years before joining our department. He'd reported persistent visual hallucinations that his doctors had attributed to stress and possible undiagnosed schizophrenia. He'd been prescribed medication but apparently stopped taking it after a few months. I took everything to my captain, who authorized a quiet investigation into Elliot's work practices. We obtained a warrant to search his department darkroom after hours. What we found there chilled me to the bone. Hidden beneath a false bottom in one of his supply cabinets was a leather-bound journal filled with Elliot's meticulous handwriting. In it, he described the shadow figures as witnesses or sometimes participants that only became visible through his camera. He wrote about developing chemical techniques to enhance their manifestation. Techniques that, from what our lab could determine, involved adding trace amounts of hallucinogenic substances to his development chemicals. One entry from September stands out in my memory. They're growing stronger. The boundary between their world and ours thins with each death I document. They know I can see them now. Sometimes I feel them watching me through my viewfinder as I watch them. We planned to bring Elliot in for questioning the next morning, but he never showed up for work. When we went to his apartment, the door was unlocked and the place was immaculate. Too immaculate, like it had been methodically cleaned. In his bedroom closet, we found a hidden door leading to a second dark room, much larger and more elaborate than the one at the station. The walls were covered with photographs, hundreds of them, arranged in chronological order. The earliest ones showed crime scenes I recognized from our department, but with the shadow figures circled in red marker, growing progressively more distinct as the timeline advanced. But what made my blood run cold were the later photographs. Crime scenes I didn't recognize, places our department had never been called to, remote locations, wooded areas, abandoned buildings, roadside ditches, all showing clear evidence of violence, disturbed earth, bloodstains on concrete. In each of these photos, the shadow figures weren't just present, they were central, their forms so distinct they almost seemed three-dimensional, with features that were becoming increasingly recognizable as faces. I spent the next 24 hours in those rooms, cataloging everything. We were able to match geographical markers in some of the images to real locations around Oregon. I led teams to 3 of these sites, and at each one, we discovered human remains, people who had never been reported missing, people who, without Elliot's photographs, might never have been found. We issued an APB for Elliot Marsh, but he'd vanished. His car was eventually found abandoned near Crater Lake National Park, the trunk filled with photography equipment and chemicals our lab couldn't even identify. Despite an extensive search, no trace of him was ever found. The department brought in independent photography experts to analyze his photos. They tried to explain away the anomalies as double exposures, light leaks, or chemical reactions in the development process. But none of their explanations adequately addressed what we were seeing, especially the progression of the figures from vague shadows to almost corporeal forms. It's been 16 years now, and I still think about Elliot nearly every day. Was he documenting something beyond normal perception? Were these shadows really some kind of imprint left by violence so extreme it marked the very fabric of reality? Or was he a disturbed individual who somehow manufactured these images and, worse, potentially created the scenes he was photographing? The most disturbing possibility keeps me awake at night. What if both are true? What if Elliot found a way to see these witnesses and then became obsessed with creating more of them? I retired from the force 5 years ago, but I keep a locked file cabinet in my home office with copies of the case files. Sometimes I take them out and study the photographs again, looking for something I might have missed. Last month, I was reviewing one of the earliest images with the shadow anomalies when I noticed something I hadn't seen before. In the reflective surface of a mirror in the background, barely visible unless you were specifically looking for it, was what appeared to be Elliot's face, but it wasn't his reflection. The angle was wrong. It was as if his face was emerging from within the mirror itself, watching the scene with the same hollow, hungry expression I'd later see on the shadow figures. I burned that photograph the same night. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my house and catch movement in my peripheral vision, I can't help but wonder, did Elliot find what he was looking for? Did he cross some boundary between worlds? And more terrifying still, when I eventually die, will I see him standing there among the shadows, camera in hand, waiting to document my passing? I keep my own camera now, digital only, and I never ever take pictures at night. Story 5. Having never shared this with anyone, I'm still not sure if I should, but I can't keep it inside anymore. This happened about 3 months ago in New Haven, and my life hasn't been the same since. I'd been working double shifts at this small diner downtown, you know, one of those places with the checkered floors and vinyl booths that have seen better days. The pay was awful, but tips were decent enough, and it helped cover rent while I was trying to figure out what to do with my life. That night, I was supposed to get off at 10, but Marcus called in sick, again, so I ended up covering until closing. By the time I finished my shift, it was almost midnight. I was exhausted, my feet were killing me, and all I wanted was to get home, shower off the smell of fryer grease, and collapse into bed. When I stepped outside, the cold hit me like a slap. I pulled my jacket tighter and hurried to the bus stop, only to see the last bus pulling away. I stood there watching its taillights disappear, feeling that sinking feeling in my stomach. Great. Just great. I checked my phone. It was 12:15 and my phone battery was at 5%. I thought about calling an Uber, but payday wasn't until Friday and my account was nearly empty. The train station was about 6 blocks away and I knew there was one final train that could get me close enough to walk home. It wasn't ideal, but what choice did I have? The streets were eerily quiet that night. New Haven isn't exactly known for being the safest city, especially after dark. I kept looking over my shoulder, clutching my keys between my fingers like I'd learned in that self-defense workshop. Every sound made me jump. A cat knocking over a trash can, a car passing by in the distance. By the time I reached the train station, my nerves were frayed. The main hall was dimly lit and almost empty. Just a janitor mopping in the corner, a security guard half asleep at his post, and a few stragglers waiting for the last train. I checked the schedule board. The final train would arrive in 8 minutes. Relief washed over me, but it didn't last long. That's when I noticed him, a tall man in a dark coat standing by the far wall, just watching me, not glancing, not casually looking around, but staring directly at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I couldn't make out his face clearly in the shadows, but I could feel his eyes on me. I moved to a different spot, pretending to check my phone. When I looked up again, he had shifted position too, still facing me. My heart started racing. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe he was just waiting for someone. But something felt off. I was about to approach the security guard when an old woman appeared beside me. I hadn't noticed her before, which was strange because she wasn't exactly inconspicuous. Her clothes were mismatched and worn, a faded floral dress under a heavy coat that seemed too big for her small frame. Her gray hair stuck out in all directions, and when she looked at me, I noticed her eyes seemed vacant somehow, like she was looking through me rather than at me. "It's not safe," she whispered, her voice raspy. I stepped back, startled. "Excuse me." "The last train. It's not safe." She reached out as if to grab my arm, but I moved away. "I need to get home," I said, trying to sound firm despite the unease spreading through me. She shook her head vigorously. "Not this train. Wait until morning." I glanced at the security guard, wondering if I should report this strange woman, but he seemed to be deliberately avoiding looking in our direction. The announcement system crackled to life, announcing the arrival of the final train of the night. That's when things got weird. The train pulled into the station with a screech that sounded almost like a cry. The doors slid open and passengers began disembarking. There weren't many, maybe 15 or 20 people, but something about them made my blood run cold. They all had the same blank expression, not tired or bored, but completely devoid of any emotion. They moved in perfect unison, like they were synchronized somehow, and they all walked right past the old woman without seeming to see her, even when she stepped directly in their path. I blinked, wondering if exhaustion was making me see things. The train doors started to close and I moved forward automatically, not wanting to miss my ride home despite the growing dread in the pit of my stomach. That's when I saw him, the last passenger stepping off the train just as the doors were beginning to shut. A man with hollow eyes and an impossibly wide grin that stretched across his face in a way that didn't seem human. His teeth were jagged and yellowed, too many of them crammed into his mouth. He looked directly at me, and I felt frozen in place. Not metaphorically. I literally couldn't move my legs or arms. It was like someone had poured concrete into my veins. "Just in time for the last train," he said, his voice somehow both a whisper and perfectly audible over the station noise. "We've been waiting for you, Lisa." I never told him my name. I wasn't wearing a name tag. Something in my mind snapped, breaking whatever hold had kept me in place. I turned and ran, not caring about my bag or jacket that I'd dropped in my panic. I ran through the station, past the security guard who still wouldn't look at me, past the janitor who continued mopping as if nothing was happening. Outside, the cold air hit my lungs like needles, but I didn't slow down. I ran until my sides ached and my throat burned. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, I was several blocks away from the station. I looked back, half expecting to see the grinning man pursuing me. But the street was empty, or almost empty. At the far end of the block, illuminated by a single streetlight, stood the old woman. She was pointing at me, her arm outstretched, impossibly long. "You should have listened," her voice carried to me, though she was too far away for me to hear her normally. I ran again, not stopping until I reached a 24-hour diner. I burst through the doors, startling the few patrons inside. The waitress took one look at my face and brought me a glass of water without asking. I spent the rest of the night there, drinking cup after cup of bitter coffee, jumping at every sound. When dawn broke, I called a friend to pick me up, making up some story about losing my wallet. I tried to convince myself it had been some kind of stress-induced hallucination. I hadn't been sleeping well. I was overworked. My blood sugar was probably low. There were a dozen rational explanations, but the nightmares started that night. Dreams of being trapped on a train with passengers whose faces slowly melted away to reveal nothing behind them. Dreams of the grinning man standing at the foot of my bed, his smile growing wider and wider until it split his face in half. Worse than the nightmares were the things that happened when I was awake. Shadows moving in my peripheral vision, whispers just on the edge of hearing. The sensation of cold fingers brushing against the back of my neck when I was alone in my apartment. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of faces in reflective surfaces. Not my face, but those same blank expressions I'd seen on the train passengers. Once I swear I saw the old woman standing behind me in the bathroom mirror, but when I whirled around, no one was there. I stopped taking the train. I took on more day shifts at the diner. I avoided being alone as much as possible, but the feeling of being watched never went away. After 2 weeks of this, my friend Jenna convinced me to come to a party at her place. "You need to get out of your head," she said. "It'll be good for you." I agreed, desperate for any distraction. The party was in full swing when I arrived. Music thumping, people laughing, the apartment hot and crowded. For a while it worked. The normalcy of it all. People drinking, dancing, having stupid conversations about nothing important, helped me feel grounded again. But as the night wore on, the crowded room started to feel suffocating. I stepped out onto the balcony for some fresh air, grateful to be alone for a moment. That's when I heard it. A train whistle, clear as day, though the nearest tracks were miles away. I gripped the railing, telling myself it was just my imagination. But then I looked down at the street below, and my heart nearly stopped. There he was, the grinning man, standing directly under the streetlight, looking up at me. His smile was just as wide, just as wrong as I remembered. He raised one hand in a beckoning gesture. I stumbled backward, nearly falling in my rush to get back inside. I pushed through the crowd, looking for Jenna, for anyone who could help me. But something strange was happening. The music seemed distorted, slowing down and speeding up at random intervals, and the people, their faces were beginning to blur, their features becoming indistinct. I reached the apartment door, yanking it open, only to find myself stepping not into the hallway but onto the train platform from that night. The grinning man stood at the far end, his arms outstretched as if welcoming me home. I tried to run, but it felt like wading through molasses. Something was pulling me toward him, an invisible force dragging me forward no matter how hard I fought against it. The sounds of the party faded away, replaced by the rhythmic clacking of train wheels on tracks. Darkness began closing in from all sides, and the last thing I saw before it consumed me completely was that terrible, impossible smile. I woke up 3 days later in my own apartment, with no memory of how I got there. My phone was full of missed calls and messages from Jenna and others at the party, asking where I'd disappeared to. Apparently I'd just vanished in the middle of the night. Since then, the visions have gotten worse. I see the passengers everywhere now, on the street, in stores, sometimes standing at the foot of my bed when I wake up in the middle of the night. They never speak, never move toward me. They just watch. And sometimes, in the dead of night, I hear a train whistle and feel an overwhelming urge to go to the station, like something's calling me back, unfinished business pulling at me. I don't know how much longer I can resist. Every day it gets harder to tell what's real and what isn't. I catch myself staring at train schedules, specifically looking for the last train of the night. Yesterday, I found a train ticket in my pocket that I don't remember buying. It's for tonight, the last train. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what happened to me. If I'm not here tomorrow, if I disappear like I did at the party, at least there will be some record of the truth. If you're ever in New Haven, if you ever miss your bus and think about catching that final train home, don't. Stay away from the last train, no matter what. Story 6. I've never told this story to anyone except my therapist. I'm only sharing it now because I found this community, and I think some of you might understand what I went through. I'm 26 now, but this all started when I was 8 years old, in 3rd grade, and it still haunts me to this day. My family had just moved to Vail, Oregon, one of those towns so small you'd miss it if you blinked while driving through. It was nestled between thick forests and mountains, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone's business. My dad got a job at the local lumber mill, and my mum was excited about the small-town charm. My older brother Jason was 13 and hated everything about moving away from Portland. The elementary school in Vail was tiny, just one long building with about 15 classrooms total. On my first day, my mum walked me to the entrance, kissed my forehead, and told me to have a great day. I remember feeling nervous but also excited to make new friends. Mrs. Wilson, my teacher, seemed nice enough with her flowery dresses and gentle voice. Everything was normal until lunch break. I was walking back from the cafeteria when I first saw them. There was a woman standing by the water fountain. Her skin was peeling off in blackened chunks, her hair singed away, and her clothes were melted into what remained of her flesh. Her eyes were milky white, and she was just standing there staring at the wall. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I just stood there, staring. Then she turned and looked right at me. I ran back to the classroom shaking. No one else seemed to notice her. No one was screaming or pointing. It was like she wasn't even there for them. Throughout that first week, I saw more of them. A man with half his face burned away, shuffling through the hallway. A child, maybe 5 or 6, sitting in the back of the classroom during math, skin blackened and cracked, silently crying. They were everywhere, these burned people, wandering around like they didn't know where they were. At first, I thought I was imagining things. I'd squeeze my eyes shut, count to 10, and open them again, hoping they'd be gone. But they never were. Sometimes they'd disappear around corners or through walls, but they always came back. After 2 weeks of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I broke down at dinner and asked Jason if he ever saw strange people at school. "What kind of people?" he asked, mouth full of mashed potatoes. "People with burns all over them, like they were in a fire." The look on Jason's face said it all. He thought I was crazy. "No, freak. There's no burned people at your school. Stop making stuff up." My parents exchanged worried glances. Mom felt my forehead and asked if I was feeling okay. Dad suggested maybe I was having nightmares because of the move. No one believed me. Why would they? It sounded insane, even to me. But I knew what I was seeing was real, or at least it felt real. I could see the way their burned skin cracked when they moved. I could hear the wet, sticky sound of their footsteps. Sometimes I thought I could even smell them, like charred meat and antiseptic. I started avoiding certain hallways, bathrooms, and parts of the playground where I'd seen them most often. I ate lunch in the classroom instead of the cafeteria. I held my breath when I had to walk past the water fountain where I'd first seen the burned woman. About a month into the school year, I found myself hiding in the library during recess. The librarian, Mrs. Finch, was ancient, at least 70, with silver hair always pulled back in a tight bun. She noticed me sitting alone in the corner, flipping through a book about dinosaurs. "Aren't you the new Thompson girl?" she asked, sitting down next to me. "Shouldn't you be outside playing with the others?" I shrugged, not looking up from my book. "Is everything all right, dear?" Her voice was kind, and I found myself wanting to tell her everything. "Mrs. Finch," I whispered, "do you know if this school is haunted?" I expected her to laugh or tell me not to be silly. Instead, she went very still. "Why do you ask that, Sarah?" The fact that she knew my name surprised me less than her serious tone. "I see people," I admitted, my voice barely audible. "Burned people all over the school." Mrs. Finch's face paled. She looked around, making sure we were alone, then leaned in close. "This building wasn't always a school," she said quietly. "When I was a girl, this land had a small hospital on it. It served the whole county back then." My heart started racing. What happened to it? There was a fire in the winter of 1953. The East Wing burned completely. 12 patients couldn't be evacuated in time. She paused, studying my face. The hospital closed after that. The school was built on the same foundation about 10 years later. I felt cold all over, like someone had dumped ice water down my back. "So I'm seeing the people who died in the fire." Mrs. Finch didn't answer directly. Instead, she patted my hand and said, "Some people are more sensitive to the past than others, Sarah. It doesn't make you strange, it makes you special. But I didn't want to be special. I wanted to be normal. I wanted to stop seeing them." After my conversation with Mrs. Finch, I tried to ignore the ghosts. I'd walk right past them, pretending they weren't there. It worked for a while. They didn't seem to notice me if I didn't acknowledge them, until one of them did. It was right before Christmas break. I was in the girls' bathroom, washing my hands, when I saw him in the mirror. A man, tall and gaunt, with burns covering his neck and the right side of his face. He was standing directly behind me, staring at me with intense dark eyes, the only part of him that looked untouched by fire. I froze, hands dripping water into the sink. Our eyes met in the mirror, and I knew immediately that this was different. He saw me seeing him. His head tilted slightly, curious, like a predator assessing its prey. I ran out of that bathroom so fast I slipped on the wet floor and skinned my knee. I didn't care. I just needed to get away from him. But after Christmas break, everything got worse. He was everywhere, waiting in corners, standing outside classroom windows, watching me during recess. And now he was doing things, knocking books off my desk, slamming doors, whispering things I couldn't quite make out, but that made my skin crawl nonetheless. Once, during silent reading time, he screamed right next to my ear, a horrible, agonized sound that made me shriek and fall out of my chair. The whole class laughed as Mrs. Wilson helped me up, asking what happened. How could I explain? I just mumbled something about a spider and endured the snickering for the rest of the day. By February, I was losing weight and having nightmares every night. My parents were worried enough to take me to a doctor who found nothing physically wrong and suggested I might be having trouble adjusting to the move. They started talking about therapists. One night, after a particularly bad day where the burned man had followed me home from school and stood outside my bedroom window for hours, I broke down completely. I hid under my covers and prayed harder than I'd ever prayed before. "Please," I sobbed into my pillow, "please make him go away. I can't take this anymore. Please send someone to help me." The next morning at school, something had changed. The burned man was there as usual, waiting for me by the entrance. But as I approached, hesitant and terrified, someone else appeared. It was a boy, maybe 16 or 17, with dark hair and kind eyes. He stood between me and the burned man, facing the ghost with his arms crossed. The burned man backed away, his face contorted in frustration. Throughout the day, whenever one of the ghosts came near me, the boy would appear, keeping them at a distance. He never spoke to me, never even looked at me directly, but I knew he was there to protect me. That night, as I was getting ready for bed, I saw the boy sitting on the edge of my bed. I wasn't afraid of him like I was of the others. "Who are you?" I asked. He smiled, and for the first time, I noticed a small scar on his chin. "My name is Wyatt. Don't you remember me, Sarah?" And suddenly I did. When I was 5, I'd had an imaginary friend named Wyatt who played with me for months before disappearing. My parents had thought it was cute until I started telling them things Wyatt had told me, things about people who had died long ago, things a 5-year-old shouldn't know. "Why did you leave?" I asked. "You stopped needing me," he said simply, "but now you do again." From that day on, Wyatt kept the ghosts away from me. I still saw them. I couldn't stop seeing them, but they couldn't get close anymore. They couldn't touch me or scream in my ear or follow me home. I learned to live with it. I developed little tricks to block them out, singing songs in my head, focusing intensely on schoolwork, always keeping something bright and colorful in my line of sight to draw my attention away from them. But sometimes I slipped. Sometimes I'd react to something no one else could see, jumping when a ghost appeared suddenly, answering questions no one had asked out loud, staring at empty spaces where burned figures stood watching me. Kids noticed. They always notice when someone's different. "Freak," they'd whisper as I walked by. "Weirdo." Crazy Thompson. I had no friends in elementary school. Not a single birthday party invitation. No playmates, no one to sit with at lunch. Just me and Wyatt, and the ghosts that couldn't touch me anymore but never stopped watching. I'm in college now, studying psychology. I still see them sometimes, not just burned victims anymore, but all kinds of spirits. I've learned to live with it, to help them when I can and ignore them when I can't. But I'll never forget that school in Vale, or the burned man who noticed me, or the terror of those months before Wyatt came back. Sometimes I still dream about it, the smell of burned flesh, the sound of his screams, the feeling of being watched by dead eyes. And sometimes, on particularly bad nights, I look in the mirror and see him standing behind me, his burned face twisted into what might be a smile, and I know that no matter how far I run, part of me will always be that terrified 8-year-old girl in a haunted school built on the ashes of the dead. Story 7. I'm still struggling to process what happened to me last week. I've barely slept since then, and I feel like I'm losing my mind every time I think about it. I need to write this down while it's still fresh in my memory because sometimes I feel like the details are already starting to slip away from me. I had just wrapped up a 3-day camping trip with some college buddies at Lake Murray. It was fun, but by Sunday evening I was ready to get home, take a real shower, and sleep in my own bed. I said my goodbyes around 7 and started the drive back to Oklahoma City, figuring I'd be home before 10. The drive started off normal enough. The sky was clear with a beautiful spread of stars overhead, and traffic was pretty light. I had the windows down, enjoying the cool night air after spending days sweating in the summer heat. My phone was nearly dead, so I just had the radio playing softly as I cruised down Highway 75. About an hour into the drive, I started feeling off. Nothing I could put my finger on, just a vague sense of unease that kept building, like when you feel someone watching you, but there's nobody there. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights right on my bumper, but the road behind me was empty. I was just starting to chalk it up to being tired when I spotted something odd on the side of the road. A wooden sign, hand-painted, that definitely wasn't an official highway marker. It read, "Vanishing mile ahead, enter at your own risk." The letters were painted in faded red, barely visible in my headlights as I drove past. I laughed it off as some local's idea of a joke, probably teenagers trying to freak out drivers on the lonely stretch of highway. But for some reason, that sign stuck with me. I kept thinking about it as the miles rolled by. About 10 minutes later, I noticed a narrow dirt road branching off to the right. I'd driven this highway dozens of times before and never seen this turnoff. It wasn't marked on any map I knew of, just a small gap in the trees with what looked like tire tracks leading into darkness. And I felt pulled toward it, like there was something important down that road that I needed to see. I still can't explain why I turned. It made no sense. I was tired. I wanted to get home, and yet I found myself slowing down, hitting my blinker, even though there was no one around to signal to, and turning onto this unknown road. The moment my tires hit the dirt path, I felt the atmosphere change. The air suddenly seemed heavier, pressing down on me. The trees on either side of the road were dense and old, their branches forming a canopy overhead that blocked out the moonlight. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating a narrow tunnel of dirt road that twisted ahead of me. I should have turned around right then. Every instinct was screaming at me to go back to the highway, but instead I kept driving, creeping forward at maybe 15 miles per hour, peering into the darkness ahead. The road seemed to go on forever, winding through the trees without any signs or markers. My car's clock read 8:45 when I turned off the highway. After what felt like 20 minutes of driving, I checked it again. Still 8:45. I tapped the dashboard, figuring the clock had frozen, but everything else seemed to be working fine. Just as I was about to give up and turn around, the trees opened up into a small clearing. In the center stood an old gas station, the kind you'd see in photos from the 1950s. A flickering neon sign reading "Last Stop Gas" buzzed and sputtered overhead. Two ancient pumps stood under a crumbling awning, their gauges frozen in time. There were no other cars around, no signs of life at all, but a dim light glowed from inside the station building. I pulled up to the pumps and cut my engine. The sudden silence was overwhelming. No crickets, no distant traffic noise, nothing but the electric hum of that neon sign. I sat there for a minute, debating whether to get out. This whole situation felt wrong, but I was curious. Plus, I figured I could ask for directions back to the highway. So I grabbed my phone, still dead, and my keys, and stepped out of the car. The air was unnaturally cold for a summer night. My breath fogged slightly as I walked toward the station building. The door was old-fashioned glass with metal trim, and it jingled when I pushed it open. Inside, a single bulb hung from the ceiling, casting yellow light over dusty shelves stocked with faded products. The brands looked old, packaging styles I remembered from my childhood or had seen in vintage ads. Behind a counter stood nobody. The place appeared empty. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded muffled, like the air was too thick to carry sound properly. "Anybody here?" No response. I was about to leave when I heard shuffling from a back room. A moment later, a man emerged from behind a beaded curtain. He was tall and rail-thin, with wild graying hair and several days' worth of stubble. His clothes looked worn and dirty, like he'd been wearing them for weeks. But it was his eyes that really got to me. They were wide and bloodshot, darting around nervously, never quite meeting mine. He looked terrified. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice raspy and urgent. "Nobody comes down this road. Nobody should." I just turned off the highway. I explained. I saw the sign about the vanishing mile and got curious. I'm trying to get back to Oklahoma City. He laughed, a harsh sound with no humor in it. The vanishing mile? Yeah, that's what they call it. Been called that for decades. People come here and they don't leave, or they leave and find themselves right back where they started. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. What do you mean? This place isn't right, he said, leaning over the counter toward me. I could smell stale sweat and something else, something sour like fear. Time doesn't work here like it should. Distance doesn't either. The mile stretches on, but you'll never reach the end. That's impossible, I said, backing toward the door. I just need directions back to the highway. Back the way you came, he said, pointing. But it won't matter. You've entered now. The mile has you. I'd had enough of this cryptic nonsense. The guy was clearly not well, maybe on drugs or just plain crazy. I thanked him quickly and hurried back to my car. As I was getting in, I glanced back at the station. The man stood in the doorway, watching me, his face a mask of pity. I've been here 23 years, he called out. I only stopped for gas. I slammed my door shut, started the engine, and peeled out of that lot as fast as I could. In my rearview mirror, I saw him standing in the middle of the dirt road, getting smaller as I drove away. The road continued to wind through the trees, but now I was pushing 40, eager to get back to the highway. After another 10 minutes of driving, the trees began to thin out, and I felt a surge of relief. But instead of reaching Highway 75, I found myself entering another clearing. This one contained an old farmhouse, 2 stories of weathered white clapboard with a wraparound porch. All the windows glowed with warm light, and I could see silhouettes moving inside. Several old cars from the 1930s or 40s were parked in what looked like a dirt driveway. I slowed down, confused. This wasn't the highway. Had I somehow taken a wrong turn? I pulled to a stop at the edge of the clearing and checked my phone again. Still dead. My car's clock now read 9:15, which made no sense. It should have been well after 9:30 by now. As I sat there trying to decide what to do, I heard laughter coming from the house. It sounded like a party was going on inside. Normal, human laughter. After the creepy gas station attendant, the sound was reassuring. Maybe these people could help me, but as soon as I rolled down my window to listen better, the laughter stopped abruptly. The silhouettes in the windows froze. Then, slowly, people began to emerge from the front door onto the porch. They were dressed in old-fashioned clothes. The men in high-waisted pants and button-up shirts, the women in long dresses. They stood in a line across the porch, staring at my car. Their faces were pale, almost glowing in the moonlight, and completely expressionless. I counted 7 of them, standing perfectly still, watching me. I was about to roll up my window and drive away when one of them, a woman in a blue dress, stepped off the porch and began walking toward my car. Her movements were stiff, like she wasn't used to walking. As she got closer, I could see that her face was beautiful but sad, with deep shadows under her eyes. She stopped about 10 feet from my car and spoke in a voice that sounded hollow, as if coming from very far away. "You should come inside," she said. "It's not safe out here at night." "No thanks," I replied, my hand hovering over the gear shift. "I'm just trying to get back to the highway." She tilted her head slightly, like a bird. "Highway? There's no highway near here. There's just the mile." "The vanishing mile," I said, remembering the sign. She nodded. "That's right, and once you enter, you can't leave. None of us can." The people on the porch began to move down the steps, spreading out across the yard, still watching me with those blank faces. "We've been here so long," the woman continued. "Some longer than others. Time passes differently here. Days, years, it all blends together after a while." "This isn't real," I said, more to myself than to her. "I'm just tired. I fell asleep at the wheel, and this is a dream." "That's what I thought at first," she said, taking another step toward me. I was driving home from visiting my sister in 1972. I saw the sign, took the turn, and never found my way back. The others have similar stories. The people were getting closer now, forming a loose circle around my car. Their movements were all wrong, too smooth and too jerky at the same time. "Come inside," the woman said again, now close enough that I could see tears glistening on her cheeks. It's better than being alone out here. There are things in the woods, things that hunt at night. That was it. I slammed the car into reverse, hit the gas, and peeled backward down the dirt road. The people didn't try to stop me. They just stood there watching, their faces still blank. I drove in reverse until I found a wide enough spot to turn around, then shifted into drive and floored it. The trees closed in around me again as I sped down the dirt road, my headlights bouncing wildly over the uneven surface. I drove like that for what felt like hours, expecting at any moment to see the gas station again or to reach the highway. But the road just kept going, winding through the endless trees. Sometimes I thought I saw movement in the woods beside me, dark shapes keeping pace with my car, but I never slowed down enough to get a good look. Finally, just as my gas gauge was nearing empty, I saw lights ahead. The highway. I burst out of the tree line onto the smooth pavement of Highway 75, my tires squealing as I accelerated onto the familiar road. I checked my rearview mirror, expecting to see the dirt road, but there was nothing there, just unbroken forest along the highway shoulder. I pulled over and sat there shaking for several minutes, trying to process what had happened. My phone suddenly chimed with incoming messages. It was working again, showing a nearly full battery. The clock on my dashboard read 3:17 a.m. I made it home around 4 in the morning and spent the next few days trying to convince myself it had all been some kind of hallucination from exhaustion. I looked up Vanishing Mile online and found nothing. I even called the highway department to ask about unmarked roads off Highway 75, but they couldn't help me. I was starting to believe I'd imagined the whole thing when yesterday, driving to work on a completely different road, Interstate 40, heading east, I saw it again. That same wooden sign with red lettering, "Vanishing mile ahead, enter at your own risk." I immediately took the next exit, determined to avoid whatever cursed stretch of road that sign was marking. But as I followed the exit ramp, I realized I had no idea where I was. The landscape looked unfamiliar, the signs blurry and hard to read. I've been driving ever since, trying to find my way back to a road I recognize. My gas gauge keeps showing full, even though I haven't stopped for gas. My phone has no signal, and every few hours I see that same wooden sign, no matter which direction I turn. I don't know how long I've been driving now. The sun has risen and set several times, but I can't be sure if those were real days passing or something else. I keep seeing the same landmarks over and over, that gas station, the farmhouse, and sometimes other places. An abandoned motel, a carnival with no people, a school where all the clocks are stopped at 3:15. I'm writing this on my phone's notes app during one of my brief stops. If my phone ever gets a signal again, I'll post this somewhere as a warning. If you ever see a sign for the Vanishing Mile, don't get curious. Don't take that turn, because I'm starting to think what that gas station man said was true. Once you enter, you never really leave. The road ahead looks familiar again. I think I've been here before, many times before, but I keep driving, because what else can I do? Story 8. I still get cold sweats thinking about what happened back in 2003. I was 16, and my best friend Mark and I were spending every free minute we had exploring the internet. This was back when you had to sit through that awful dial-up noise just to get online and wait forever for anything to load. We thought we were such badasses, staying up late and digging into the weird corners of the web that our parents didn't know existed. One night in September, we were taking turns on Mark's computer, going down this rabbit hole of weird websites. We started on some conspiracy theory forum and ended up clicking through to this site about dark rituals and summoning spirits. The layout was super basic, black background, white text, some really grainy, disturbing images. I remember the homepage had this creepy pentagram design that looked like it was drawn in chalk or something. The site had all these sections, spells, information about demons, rituals for different occasions. There were even audio files that claimed to be EVPs, electronic voice phenomena, and recordings of actual possessions. We downloaded a few and listened through Mark's crappy computer speakers. Most of it was just static and what sounded like people mumbling, but there was this one recording that made the hair on my arms stand up. It was just a few seconds of what sounded like someone screaming, but in reverse or distorted somehow. We spent hours on that site, clicking through pages of rituals. There was one that caught our attention, a ritual specifically for Halloween night. According to the site, there was this spirit that could only be summoned on Halloween when the veil between worlds was thinnest, or whatever. The ritual itself seemed simple enough. You needed a mirror, a candle, and some other basic stuff. You were supposed to recite this chant 3 times while looking into the mirror by candlelight. The website claimed that if done correctly, you would see the spirit in the mirror, and it would grant you a glimpse into your future. Typical teenage bullshit that we ate right up. Mark and I thought it would be cool to try it on Halloween. We weren't really believers or anything, but the idea of doing something forbidden and potentially scary on Halloween was too tempting to pass up. We decided to print out the instructions since Mark's dad monitored their internet usage. The printer started running out of ink halfway through, making the last page barely readable. Mark promised he'd get new ink cartridges before Halloween so we could print it again and make sure we had the complete instructions. Halloween fell on a Friday that year, which worked out perfectly. I told my parents I was staying at Mark's house, and they were fine with it since his dad would be home. Mark's mom had passed away a few years earlier, so it was just him and his dad in this kind of run-down suburban house. His dad was cool though, never really bothered us when I stayed over. The plan was to hand out candy to trick-or-treaters until Mark's dad went to bed, then do the ritual in the upstairs bathroom around midnight. Mark had managed to get the new ink cartridges like he promised, and we printed out the complete instructions again. I remember feeling this mix of excitement and nervousness as we folded up the papers and hid them in Mark's room. Halloween night came, and everything went according to plan at first. We handed out candy, watched some horror movies on TV, and waited for Mark's dad to go to bed, which he did around 11:30. Mark's house was one of those older suburban homes with creaky floors and thin walls. It had this long hallway upstairs with the bathroom at one end and the bedrooms on either side. After making sure his dad was asleep, we grabbed our supplies and snuck into the bathroom. Mark had swiped one of those big pillar candles his dad kept around for power outages, and we had the printed instructions, a small pocket knife, the ritual required a blade of metal, and some salt we took from the kitchen. The bathroom was small and kind of gross, with this old yellowing linoleum floor and a medicine cabinet mirror that was starting to lose its silver backing in spots. We closed the door quietly, put the stopper in the bathtub drain, and filled it with just a little bit of water, like the instructions said. We then sprinkled salt around the edge of the tub in a circle. Mark lit the candle and placed it on the edge of the sink. According to the instructions, we needed to turn off all the lights, stand in front of the mirror with the candle being the only light source, and recite this chant 3 times while staring at our own reflection. The chant was in some language we didn't recognize, probably just made up words, looking back on it now. We took turns reading the chant from the paper, trying not to laugh or mess up the words. The whole time, I kept expecting Mark's dad to wake up and catch us, which would have been embarrassing but a hell of a lot better than what actually happened later. After we finished the chant, we were supposed to stand in silence for 3 minutes, maintaining eye contact with our reflections. Nothing happened. No ghostly apparition in the mirror, no sudden chill, no mysterious sounds, nothing. We waited maybe 5 minutes total before Mark finally whispered, "This is stupid." We cleaned up the bathroom, dumped the salt water down the drain, and went back to Mark's room, feeling disappointed but also kind of relieved. We stayed up for another hour or so playing video games, then went to sleep. Halloween night came and went without incident, and we both figured the ritual was just some made-up crap. About 3 weeks later, I stayed over at Mark's house again on a Saturday night. We played video games until around 3 in the morning, then decided to call it quits and go to sleep. Mark's room had 2 beds, his regular twin bed and this old fold-out cot they kept for when I stayed over. I remember lying there in the dark, staring at the ceiling and feeling myself starting to drift off. That's when I heard it, this scratching sound, like someone dragging their nails across a wall, but more intense, more like a large animal tearing at something. I froze, thinking maybe it was just the house settling or something, but then it came again, louder this time. "Mark," I whispered, "you hear that?" He was already sitting up in bed. "Yeah," he whispered back. "What the hell is that?" The scratching continued for maybe 30 seconds, then stopped abruptly. We sat there in silence, both of us too scared to move. Then we heard something that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it, the sound of children laughing. Not like happy, playful laughter, but this high-pitched, almost manic giggling that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Before we could even react to that, we heard what sounded like footsteps. Small, rapid footsteps like a child running, coming down the hallway behind Mark's bedroom. His room was at the end of the hall, so whatever was making those footsteps had to be running toward his room from the bathroom, the same bathroom where we'd performed the ritual. Mark jumped out of bed and flipped on the light switch. "Dad," he called out, his voice cracking. But we both knew it wasn't his dad. The footsteps we heard were too light, too quick. We stood there in his room, both of us terrified, listening for any other sounds. After a minute or so of silence, Mark grabbed a baseball bat he kept under his bed, and we decided to check the house. Looking back, I don't know why we didn't just wake up his dad, but I guess we were 16 and thought we could handle it. We crept out into the hallway. The house was completely silent now. No scratching, no laughter, no footsteps. Mark's dad's bedroom door was still closed. We checked the bathroom first. Nothing out of the ordinary. We searched the entire upstairs, then went downstairs and checked all the rooms, the kitchen, even the basement. All the doors and windows were locked and nothing seemed disturbed. Eventually, we convinced ourselves it must have been some neighborhood kids playing a prank, even though deep down we both knew that made no sense. How would they have gotten inside? Why would they make those specific noises? But it was easier to believe that than the alternative. We went back to Mark's room and stayed up the rest of the night with the lights on, not talking much. When morning came, we were exhausted but relieved. In the daylight, the events of the night before seemed less terrifying, almost dreamlike. Mark's dad didn't mention hearing anything unusual, so we didn't bring it up. I went home later that day, and for a while I managed to push the experience to the back of my mind. But about a week later, Mark called me, sounding panicked. He said the scratching had come back the night before, followed by the same eerie laughter. This time his dad had heard it too and had searched the house but found nothing. Over the next few months, similar incidents happened at Mark's house. Objects would move on their own. They'd hear strange noises at night. Mark's dad even reported seeing a shadowy figure at the end of the hallway one night when he got up to use the bathroom. The activity seemed to intensify around the 3 to 4 a.m. time frame, always starting with that same scratching sound. Mark and his dad eventually moved out of that house the following year. They never officially said it was because of the strange occurrences, but I knew that was the real reason. Mark and I still talk about what happened sometimes, trying to make sense of it. We've both done research on the ritual we performed and the website we found it on. The website disappeared not long after our experience, and we've never been able to find any information about the specific ritual we performed. I'm in my 30s now with a family of my own, but I still get this eerie feeling whenever I drive past Mark's old house. It's been through several owners since Mark's family moved out, and I've heard rumors that none of them stay longer than a year or two. I don't know what we unleashed that Halloween night. Maybe nothing. Maybe it was all just coincidence or our imaginations running wild. But sometimes, when I'm lying awake at night and the house is completely silent, I swear I can hear that faint scratching sound again, like something trying to claw its way in. And in those moments, I'm absolutely certain that whatever was in Mark's house that night is still out there, waiting. Story 9. I've been struggling with whether to share this for years now. It's not something I talk about, not even to my therapist. But with Raymond Mercer's appeal being denied last month, I feel like maybe it's time. Maybe writing it down will help me process what happened. My name is Jessica Layton. In April 2017, my husband Mark and I took our daughter Lily to the annual Easter egg hunt at Sawyer Memorial Park in Millfield, Oregon. It was supposed to be a perfect spring day, the kind that makes you believe in new beginnings. Lily was 8 years old and so excited that morning. She'd picked out her outfit the night before, her favorite yellow dress with little daisies, white tights, and the sparkly headband her grandmother had given her for Christmas. She spent 20 minutes decorating her Easter basket with extra ribbons and stickers. It was this bright pink and purple thing covered in glitter. She was so proud of it. We arrived at the park around 11 in the morning. Sawyer Memorial is huge, over 40 acres of woodland with walking trails, picnic areas, and a big central field where they held community events. The parking lot was already packed when we got there. Seemed like the whole town had turned out. Mark and I helped set up the refreshment table while Lily played with some of her school friends. They were all comparing baskets and talking about how many eggs they were going to find. The town had hidden over 1,000 plastic eggs throughout the designated areas, with special prize eggs containing gift certificates or small toys. The hunt was scheduled to start at noon, with different sections roped off for different age groups. Lily was in the 7 to 10-year-old section, which covered a decent-sized area near the edge of the woods, but still within clear sight of the main field. Nothing too deep into the forest. I remember checking my watch at 11:55 and going over to Lily to make sure she had sunscreen on. It was warming up and she burns easily. I straightened her headband and told her to stay where we could see her. She was practically vibrating with excitement. "Mum, I'm going to find the golden egg this year. I can feel it." There wasn't actually a golden egg, just a rumor some of the kids had started. But she was so convinced. At noon, Sheriff Morgan blew the whistle and dozens of kids raced off into their sections, colorful baskets swinging. Mark and I watched Lily dart into her area, her yellow dress flashing between trees as she hunted. We could still see her for the first 20 minutes or so, popping up here and there, her basket gradually filling with eggs. Then we lost sight of her. Not unusual, there were a lot of kids moving around. We figured she'd gone behind some bushes or was squatting down searching for eggs. Neither of us was worried, not yet. By 1:15, most of the younger kids were done, and parents were helping them count their eggs at the picnic tables. The 7 to 10-year-olds were still hunting, but the crowd was thinning out. I realized I hadn't seen Lily in a while. "Have you seen Lily recently?" I asked Mark, trying to keep my voice casual. He looked up from his phone. "Not in the last 15 minutes or so. She's probably still hunting." But something felt wrong. Call it mother's intuition or whatever, but my stomach suddenly knotted up. I walked over to the boundary of the hunting area and called her name. No response. By 1:30, I was panicking. Mark and I split up, each taking different paths through the hunting area, calling for Lily. We asked other parents, other kids. No one had seen her. Her friends said they'd been hunting in different areas, so they hadn't been keeping track of her. At 1:45, Mark found Sheriff Morgan and reported Lily missing. Within minutes, the atmosphere at the park completely changed. The remaining festivities stopped. Sheriff Morgan organized the adults into search parties. Someone brought a recent photo of Lily from my phone, and copies were quickly distributed. I remember thinking it couldn't be real. This happens to other families, in other towns, not to us, not to my little girl with her sparkly headband and too big smile with the missing front tooth. By 3 o'clock, the search had expanded to the entire park. One of the volunteers found Lily's Easter basket about half a mile beyond the boundary of the hunting area, partially buried under some leaves. My heart nearly stopped when they showed it to me. Her distinctive pink and purple basket with all the ribbons and stickers. It had only 3 eggs in it. Near the basket, they found footprints, adult-sized shoe prints that definitely didn't belong to an 8-year-old girl. That's when Sheriff Morgan called in state police and the FBI. The next few hours are a blur of questions, search dogs and helicopters. They set up a command center in the park pavilion. I sat there clutching Lily's jacket, which she'd left in the car because it got too warm. Mark paced back and forth, alternating between yelling at officials to do more and breaking down in tears. Around 7 that evening, as the sun was starting to set, the sheriff's office received an anonymous call. I wasn't supposed to hear it, but I was standing near enough to the dispatcher to catch parts of the conversation. The caller didn't identify themselves, but directed police to check an abandoned hunting cabin about 6 miles from the park. I wanted to go with them, but they wouldn't let me. Made me stay at the command center with a victim's advocate. This kind woman named Susan, who kept bringing me tea I couldn't drink and telling me that most missing children are found quickly and unharmed. I could tell from her eyes she didn't really believe it. It was the longest wait of my life. Mark held my hand so tight it hurt, but I didn't say anything. We just sat there, staring at our phones, jumping every time someone walked into the pavilion. At 9:17 p.m., I'll never forget that time, Sheriff Morgan called. They'd found Lily. She was alive. The relief was so intense, I actually threw up right there in the pavilion. Mark drove us to the hospital where they'd taken her. I was shaking so badly I could barely walk through the emergency room doors. Lily was in a private room with a female FBI agent sitting with her. My baby looked so small in that hospital bed. She was physically unharmed, but her eyes, God, her eyes were different. Like she'd aged years in those few hours. She told us, in a small, flat voice that didn't sound like her at all, about a man she called Mr. Ray. He was one of the park workers, she said. She recognized him because he'd been helping set up the egg hunt that morning. He'd approached her during the hunt and told her he needed help. Said there was a special golden egg hidden deeper in the woods, but it was stuck and he couldn't reach it with his big hands. Would she help him get it? It would be their secret, and she could surprise everyone when she came back with it. She'd followed him, excited about finding the golden egg everyone had been talking about. They walked for a long time, much farther than she'd ever gone in the park before. When she got tired and said she wanted to go back, he told her they were almost there, just a little farther. Eventually, they reached a small cabin. That's when she got scared and tried to run, but Mr. Ray caught her and took her inside. He'd arranged plastic Easter eggs in a circle on the floor and made her sit in the middle. Told her she was going to be part of his Easter family. There was a metal box in the cabin filled with children's things, little shoes, hair ribbons, toys. He showed them to her, told her about the other children who'd joined his family. When she cried, he got angry and locked her in a storm cellar under the cabin floor. She was down there for hours, in the dark, until she heard lots of people upstairs, and then someone pulled open the door and a policeman came down to get her. While Lily was telling us this, in that horrible monotone voice, the FBI agent was quietly taking notes. Later, she told us they'd found Raymond Mercer, a 62-year-old seasonal employee with the Parks Department, based on Lily's description. When they searched his home, they discovered walls covered with children's drawings dating back to 1985. They found evidence connecting him to at least 7 other child disappearances across the country, all during Easter events. Some of those children had never been found. They arrested Mercer the next day trying to cross into Canada. He had a journal with him detailing what he called his Easter tradition. 30 years of stalking, abducting, and eventually killing children during Easter celebrations. We were the lucky ones. Lily came home with us, but she wasn't the same. None of us were. We stayed in Millfield for about 6 months after that, but it was impossible. Lily developed severe anxiety around anything Easter-related. Eggs, bunnies, even the color yellow. She couldn't sleep alone, couldn't go to school without having panic attacks. Every time she saw a maintenance worker or someone in a uniform, she'd freeze up. We moved to Washington State, where Mark's brother lives, found a good child psychologist for Lily. She's 14 now and doing better, but Easter is still hard. We don't celebrate it. No eggs, no baskets, no candy. Just a normal Sunday we try to get through. Mercer's trial was last year, I testified. So did Lily, though they let her do it via closed-circuit TV, so she wouldn't have to see him. He was sentenced to life without parole. His appeal was denied last month. The Easter egg hunt at Sawyer Memorial Park was permanently cancelled. I heard the park was mostly empty for months afterward. No one wanted to take their kids there. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, thinking I hear Lily calling for me from those woods. Mark says he does too. We keep her bedroom door open now so we can hear her breathing while she sleeps. What haunts me most isn't what happened, but how close it came to being so much worse. If that anonymous caller hadn't contacted the police, if they hadn't found her so quickly, if Mercer had taken her somewhere else, I still don't know who made that call. The police never identified them. Whoever you are, if you're reading this, thank you. You saved my daughter's life. Easter will never be the same for us. For the families of those other children, the ones who never came home, I can't imagine their pain. Sometimes I look at Lily when she doesn't know I'm watching, and I catch glimpses of the carefree girl she used to be, the one who spent 20 minutes decorating her Easter basket with glitter and ribbons. I miss that little girl. The other day, I found Lily researching child psychology programs. When I asked her about it, she said she wants to help kids who've been through trauma. Like me, she said. It was the first time she'd acknowledged what happened so directly in years. Maybe there's hope after all, not for things to go back to how they were. That's impossible, but for something new, something stronger. But I'll never look at Easter the same way again, and I'll never stop checking to make sure I can see my daughter. Story 10. I don't know who else to tell this to. My therapist thinks I need medication. My company's assigned incident counselor keeps trying to get me to accept that I'm just processing trauma, but I know what I experienced, and I need someone to believe me. My name is Lisa. I've been driving semis for Mountain States Logistics for almost 18 years now. I know every stretch of highway from Denver to Seattle like the back of my hand. I've driven through blizzards, ice storms, and winds that could tip a trailer. Nothing ever really scared me on the road until Echo Canyon. It started about 3 weeks before what happened. I was making my regular Laramie to Portland run. It was late October and I was passing through Echo Canyon in northeastern Utah. It's this weird stretch on I-84 where the rock walls rise up on both sides. Always been a bit eerie at night, but nothing I couldn't handle with some good music and strong coffee. That night was different. I was pushing through around 10 p.m. listening to my usual trucking playlist when the radio started acting up. At first it was just static, nothing unusual in that canyon. Cell service and radio reception always get spotty there. But then through the static I heard something that made my skin crawl. It was my voice, my own damn voice coming through the speakers. Not singing along with the music or anything. I was calling my own name. Lisa. Lisa Harmon. Just repeating it, over and over. I'm not crazy and I don't scare easy, but I nearly drove off the road. I shut the radio off immediately, but the voice continued for another few seconds before fading out. I told myself I was tired, told myself it was just my mind playing tricks after 16 hours on the road. I finished my run and didn't mention it to anyone except my husband Robert when I got home. He was concerned but agreed it was probably just fatigue. Fast forward to my next run through the canyon, early November. This time I was prepared, well rested, alert, and decided to keep the radio off entirely while passing through that stretch. But around the same spot, mile marker 178, my phone started going crazy. It was in my cup holder. Charging, screen down. Suddenly it lit up, cycling through apps, turning on and off before the screen went black. Then I heard it again. My voice coming from my phone's speaker. Return to the source, Lisa. Respond to the call. I nearly jumped out of my skin. This time I pulled over at the next rest area and checked my phone. It had completely drained despite being at 80% just before the incident and plugged in. I called Robert and told him what happened. He wanted me to request different routes, but I've never been one to back down from anything. Plus, I didn't want the guys at dispatch thinking I was losing it, so I started keeping a journal. Each time I went through the canyon, I documented everything. Time, weather conditions, any electronic glitches. I even recorded audio on a separate device that I kept in my pocket. 3 more times I experienced something in that canyon. Once, all my dashboard lights flickered in a rhythm that matched the cadence of speech. Another time, my CB radio picked up what sounded like distant echoes of conversations I'd had earlier that day with other truckers. The last entry in my journal before December 5th was the most disturbing. I wrote, "Voice now audible even without electronics. Can hear it in the wind outside the truck. It's my voice, but it's saying things I've never said. phrases I don't understand in languages I don't recognize, but somehow I know it's me speaking. The voice seems to be originating from somewhere in the canyon wall. That brings me to December 5th, 2022. I was making another Laramie to Portland run. Electronics fully charged, truck recently serviced. I had done all my regular check-ins with dispatch throughout the day. Everything was completely normal until I hit Utah. The sun had set hours ago, and I was approaching Echo Canyon under a clear, cold night sky. I had told myself that if anything happened this time, I would just push through without stopping, keep my eyes on the road and get past whatever this was. But as I entered the canyon, the truck's electrical system started behaving strangely. My headlights dimmed, then brightened rhythmically. The dashboard display flickered. My phone, which was plugged in, went from 87% to 0 in seconds. Then I saw it. A wisp of something rising from the base of the canyon wall about 50 yards off the highway. It looked like mist or vapor, but it was rising perfectly straight up despite the wind that night. And it was pulsing, like it was breathing. I knew I should keep driving. Every instinct told me to get the hell out of there. But there was this pull, like a physical sensation in my chest. And the voice started again, but this time it wasn't coming from any device. It was all around me, inside the cab, like the air itself was speaking with my voice. Echo response in canyon. Stop to investigate. I remember writing those exact words in my logbook. I remember pulling onto the shoulder, turning on my hazards, leaving the engine running. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out. The night was dead quiet except for the rumble of my truck's engine. No other vehicles in sight. The voice kept calling, louder now that I was outside. I walked toward the canyon wall, following the sound. My flashlight beam caught what looked like ripples in the air, like heat waves, but in the cold December night. The closer I got to the wall, the more the air seemed to vibrate around me. About halfway to the wall, my flashlight died. I should have turned back then. God, why didn't I turn back? But the voice, my voice, was so clear now. Return to the source. And I kept walking, straight toward the canyon wall, as if in a trance. When I reached the wall, I noticed something I'd never seen in all my years driving through Echo Canyon. There was a narrow fissure in the rock, maybe wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways, and from inside that crack came a soft, blue-white light, pulsing in time with the voice. I remember reaching out to touch the rock face beside the fissure. It wasn't cold like it should have been in December. It was warm and felt almost soft, like it was vibrating at a frequency just below what I could consciously feel. The voice changed then. It wasn't just my voice anymore. It was like a chorus of voices, all mine, but from different times, different ages. I heard myself as a child, as I am now, and as an old woman I haven't yet become, all speaking in unison. The echo remembers what you forgot. Return to us. I should have been terrified, but instead I felt this overwhelming sense of recognition, like I was remembering something important I'd lost. I stepped closer to the fissure, and the light grew brighter. The air around me seemed to thicken, and I felt pressure in my ears like when you're diving deep underwater. I don't know how to explain what happened next. The rock face in front of me rippled, like the surface of water when you drop a stone in it. Concentric circles spread out from where my hand was touching the stone, and then, impossibly, my hand started to sink into the rock as if it had become liquid. I tried to pull back then, finally afraid, but I couldn't move. My feet felt rooted to the ground. The ripples in the rock spread, encompassing my arm up to the elbow. I wasn't in pain. It felt like sliding my arm into warm water, but I knew this wasn't right. This wasn't possible. I called for help, but my voice just echoed back at me, multiplied, distorted. Each echo seemed to pull me further into the wall. I was up to my shoulder now, being drawn in by some force I couldn't fight. The last thing I clearly remember is looking back toward my truck. The windshield was covered in the same circular pattern that was spreading across the rock face. Perfect concentric circles like sound waves made visible, and beyond my truck on the highway I saw headlights approaching. I screamed then, really screamed, and the rock face responded. It pulled me in with a sudden jerk and everything went black. I have flashes of what came after. I remember being in a space that wasn't a space. Voices that were all my voice speaking to me, showing me things I can't describe because there aren't words for them in any language I know. Time didn't work right there. I was everywhere and everywhere at once. I don't know how I got out. I don't know how long I was gone. I came to in a hospital in Salt Lake City 3 weeks later with no memory of how I'd gotten there. They told me a highway maintenance worker found me unconscious in a ditch near mile marker 181, 3 miles past where my truck was found. My ID badge was recovered from a crevice in the canyon wall 30 feet up. They say it's impossible for me to have placed it there myself. The medical team couldn't explain my condition. All my tests came back normal, except for unusual activity in my temporal lobe. They called it a fugue state. Mountain States has me on indefinite leave. They've started sending drivers in pairs through Echo Canyon. Many refuse to drive there after dark at all. Some quit rather than take routes through there. I haven't told anyone the full story until now. Who would believe me? But I know what I experienced was real, and I know it's not over. Because sometimes, late at night, I still hear my own voice calling to me. And when I look in the mirror, just for a split second, I see myself mouth words I'm not speaking. Return to the source. I don't know what's in Echo Canyon. I don't know what it wants from me, but I know it's still calling. And God help me, part of me still wants to answer. Story 11. I've been hiking solo in the Cascades for over 15 years now, and nothing, absolutely nothing, has ever happened like what I experienced last September. I'm only sharing this now because I can't stop thinking about it, and I need to know if anyone else has seen or heard similar things in that area. It was supposed to be a simple 3-day trip. Nothing I hadn't done dozens of times before. The weather forecast looked perfect. Cool autumn days, crisp nights, and the fall colors were just starting to peak. I'd planned a route that would take me past Alpine Lake, one of my favorite spots that's just remote enough to avoid the weekend crowds. I packed light but prepared, my usual gear, extra layers, my trusty Nalgene, dehydrated meals, first aid kit, and the compass my dad gave me when I was 16. I've never needed GPS in these mountains. I know them like the back of my hand. The first day started normal enough. I left my car at the trailhead around 10 in the morning. The hike up to Alpine Lake was gorgeous, red and orange maples against the evergreens, that crisp smell of fall in the air. I made it to my camping spot by late afternoon and set up my tent about 50 feet from the water's edge. As the sun started to set, I boiled water for my freeze-dried stroganoff and watched the last light hit the peaks across the lake. That's when I first noticed something felt off. It's hard to explain, but you know that feeling when someone's staring at you? That prickle on the back of your neck? It was like that, but there was nobody around for miles. I scanned the tree line across the lake, then behind my camp, but saw nothing. Probably just a deer or something, I told myself. I crawled into my sleeping bag around 9, but I couldn't shake that feeling. The sounds outside my tent weren't right either. The forest was too quiet. No owls, no rustling, just occasional creaks that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I barely slept. When I woke up the next morning, the lake was covered in a thick blanket of mist. Still no birds singing, which was weird for that time of day. I made instant coffee and oatmeal, trying to convince myself that everything was normal. The plan was to hike another 6 miles to my next camping spot near Emerald Ridge. I packed up and started out around 8. The mist never really burned off, which was unusual for that time of year. It just hung around, making the trail look different somehow. I'd hiked this path at least 20 times before, but suddenly nothing looked familiar. Turns in the trail appeared where I didn't remember any. Landmarks I was expecting never showed up. After about 2 hours, I started to get concerned. I checked my compass, and it showed I was heading northeast, which was the right direction, but the terrain didn't match what should have been there. I tried checking the sun's position to confirm, but it was just a dim glow behind the clouds and mist. By noon, I should have crossed the small wooden bridge over Cascade Creek, but there was no creek, no bridge. I stopped to eat a protein bar and drink some water, trying to calm down and think logically. Maybe I'd taken a wrong turn somewhere, but when? There weren't that many trail junctions. The logical thing would have been to turn around and go back to the lake, but I felt this pull to keep going forward. It wasn't a rational thought, more like an urge, almost as if something was drawing me deeper into the fog. Looking back now, I should have trusted my gut and turned around, but instead, I pressed on. The trail started getting narrower, less maintained. Pine needles covered the ground so thickly I could barely see the path. The trees seemed to grow closer together, their branches reaching out like fingers. The fog was so thick now I could only see maybe 30 feet ahead. I'd been hiking for about 5 hours when I came across the cabin. It just appeared out of nowhere. 1 minute there was nothing but trees and mist. The next, this old wooden structure stood in a small clearing. It wasn't on any of the trail maps. It wasn't supposed to be there. It was small, maybe 20 by 30 feet, with a sagging porch and a steep roof. The logs were weathered gray, and some of the windows were broken. Every instinct told me to keep walking, to get as far away from this place as possible. But there was that pull again, stronger now, and the sky was getting darker. I needed shelter, I told myself. That's all it was. I approached slowly, my boots crunching on dead leaves. The porch steps creaked under my weight. I called out, "Hello? Anybody here?" My voice sounded flat in the heavy air. No response. I pushed the door open. It wasn't locked, and peeked inside. The interior was dim, with thin beams of light filtering through dirty windows and gaps in the roof. It smelled musty and old, like wet paper and rotting wood. The main room had a small stone fireplace, a broken table, and 2 chairs, one tipped over. Dust covered everything, but it was the wall that caught my attention. It was covered with faded photographs, black and white images of people standing in front of the cabin, sitting by campfires, hiking through the woods. Their faces were blurry, but something about their posture seemed wrong, too stiff, or maybe too relaxed. I couldn't put my finger on it. In the corner was a small kitchen area with rusted cans on shelves and a hand pump over a dry sink. On the counter lay a book, a journal, its leather cover cracked and stained. I should have left right then. I knew it even as I picked up the journal and opened it. The handwriting was messy, almost frantic in places. The entries started normally enough, observations about weather, wildlife, daily activities, but they got stranger as I flipped through. October 4th. The mist hasn't lifted in 3 days. Haven't seen another hiker. Birds are gone. October 7th. I hear them at night, whispering outside. When I look, nothing's there. Compass isn't working anymore. October 11th. Found markings on the trees. Not human, not animal either. Something else. The last entry was dated October 15th, no year. They are watching. I can feel them. I fear I will not leave this place alive. My hands were shaking as I set the journal down. The cabin suddenly felt 10 degrees colder. I needed to get out, find the main trail again before dark. But as I turned to leave, I heard it, a heavy thud from upstairs. I froze. I hadn't even realized there was an upstairs. But now I could see a narrow staircase in the shadows of the far corner. Then came the whispers. So faint at first I thought it was just the wind. But no, these were voices, barely audible, seemingly coming from the 2nd floor. "Help, please help. We're trapped. Join us." I stood there, paralyzed between fear and a bizarre, unnatural curiosity. The rational part of my brain screamed to run, but that other feeling, that pull, was stronger than ever. I found myself walking toward the stairs. Each step groaned under my weight. The whispers grew louder as I climbed, a chorus of overlapping voices I couldn't quite make out. At the top was a single door, closed. My hand reached for the knob, almost without my permission. It turned easily, and the door swung inward to reveal a small room with a sloped ceiling. A child's bed sat in one corner, a small chair in another. The room was empty. No people, nothing that could have made that thud. I stood in the doorway confused, the hair on my arms standing up. The whispers had stopped. The silence was absolute, suffocating. I backed up, turning to go back downstairs, and the door slammed shut. I grabbed the knob, twisted, pulled. It wouldn't budge. Panic surged through me as I yanked harder, throwing my shoulder against the wood. Nothing. That's when the whispers returned, no longer coming from inside the room, but all around me. Dozens, maybe hundreds of voices, getting louder, more frantic. "Stay with us. You'll never leave. We've been waiting for you." I couldn't tell if they were coming from inside the walls, from outside, or most terrifyingly, from inside my own head. I pounded on the door, screaming for help, even though I knew no one could hear me. The room grew darker, though I couldn't see how. There was no window, no obvious source of light to begin with. The voices grew louder until they were almost shouts, words overlapping into an incomprehensible roar. I could feel pressure building in my ears, in my chest, like I was being crushed from all sides. And then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The door swung open on its own. I didn't hesitate. I bolted down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time, nearly falling at the bottom. As I ran across the main room, I heard laughter, high-pitched, childlike, but wrong somehow, coming from everywhere at once. I burst through the front door and sprinted into the forest, not caring which direction, just needing to get away. Branches whipped my face. Roots tried to trip me, but I kept running. The laughter followed me, growing fainter but never quite disappearing. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, I realized the fog had thinned enough for me to see more than a few feet ahead. And there, just visible through the trees, was a familiar trail marker. Somehow, impossibly, I had made it back to the main path. According to my watch, I'd been running for almost an hour, though it felt like minutes. I turned and looked back the way I'd come, half expecting to see the cabin looming in the distance. Or worse, something following me. There was nothing but trees and thinning mist. I followed the trail markers back toward my car, moving as fast as my exhausted body would allow. It took me another 3 hours, and the sun was setting by the time I reached the parking lot. My car sat exactly where I'd left it, covered in a light layer of pine needles and looking wonderfully, beautifully normal. As I drove away, I kept checking my rearview mirror. Not for the cabin, I knew it was miles behind me, but for something, some sign that I was being followed, or that whatever had been in that place was still with me somehow. The mountains looked the same as they always had. Silent and indifferent, slowly disappearing into the twilight as I put distance between us. It's been 4 months, and I still haven't gone back hiking. I've tried researching the area, looking for any record of an old cabin or reports of hikers experiencing something similar. I've found nothing. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, a hallucination brought on by dehydration or exhaustion. But then I'll wake up in the middle of the night, thinking I hear those whispers again, calling me back. I don't know what happened to me in those woods. I don't know who wrote that journal or what became of them. I don't know if I'll ever set foot in the Cascades again. But I do know one thing. I was never alone out there, and I think something is still waiting, watching, hoping I'll return. Story 12. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or spirits or any of that supernatural stuff. I mean, I've watched my fair share of horror movies and listened to creepy podcasts, but I always chalked it up to entertainment. That changed last summer when I went to Greenwood Cemetery in Spokane with my friends. Let me start by saying I'm usually the cautious one in our group. I'm the guy who researches everything before doing it, who checks the weather forecast 3 times before a hike, who always has a first aid kit in my backpack. My friends joke about it, but they know I'm reliable. That's what makes what happened that night so much more disturbing. How completely out of character I was. It was mid-July, warm enough that we were all in t-shirts, even as the sun was starting to set. My friend Amber had suggested we check out the cemetery because she'd heard stories about the 1,000 steps entrance. According to local legend, if you count the steps leading up to the cemetery at night, you'll never reach the same number twice. People also talk about feeling overwhelming depression there, or seeing shadowy figures. I probably wouldn't have gone if my other friends, Chris and Maya, hadn't been so excited about it. I was 19 at the time and thought I was too mature to be scared of a cemetery, so I agreed. What I didn't tell them until we arrived was that I had brought a Ouija board. "Are you serious, Zach?" Chris asked when I pulled it out of my backpack in the car. "That's asking for trouble." "It's just a board game," I said. "Parker Brothers makes it. It's sold at toy stores." Maya rolled her eyes. "I'm not touching that thing." "Fine," I said, tucking it back into my bag, "but I brought it just in case." We parked outside the cemetery around 7 in the evening. The sun was still up, but it was starting to get that golden hour glow. The cemetery gates were open. They don't close until 9, so we walked right in. The place was huge, with rolling hills and old trees casting long shadows across the graves. We spent about an hour just walking around looking at headstones. Some dated back to the early 1900s. There was something peaceful about it, at least at first. We were respectful, staying on the paths, not stepping on graves. I even found myself feeling a bit philosophical, thinking about all these lives, all these stories, now just names and dates carved in stone. As the light started to fade, Amber wanted a picture of the two of us in front of this really ornate headstone. We asked Chris to take it with my phone. He snapped the photo and handed the phone back to me. When I looked at it, my blood went cold. "What the hell is that?" I showed them the screen. Right behind me in the photo was a dark figure, not just a shadow or a blur, a distinct human-shaped silhouette standing directly behind me. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, with what looked like broad shoulders and a head, but there were no features, no clothes, just a solid black mass. "That's not funny," Maya said, looking around. "Who else is here?" But we could see in every direction. There was no one else in the cemetery except us. "Take another one," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Chris took 3 more photos of the exact same spot. In each one it was just me and Amber. No figure. We compared them side by side on my phone. Same angle, same headstone, same everything. Except in the first photo, something was standing right behind me. My hands were shaking as I zoomed in on the figure. It wasn't a smudge on the lens or a trick of the light. It had definite edges, the form, and it was standing so close to me that if it had been a real person, I would have felt them breathing on my neck. "Let's go," Maya said, already backing away. "Wait," I said. "We came all this way. Let's at least check out the entrance everyone talks about." I don't know why I suggested that. Any normal day, I would have been the first one sprinting to the car, but something kept me there, curious rather than terrified. We made our way toward the main entrance where the infamous steps were. The sun was just disappearing behind the hills now, painting everything in deep oranges and reds. About 20 yards from the steps, we found this big circular cement area, like a platform or meeting spot. We sat down in a circle, all of us glancing nervously around. "So," Chris said, trying to lighten the mood, "should we count the steps now?" "I have a better idea," I heard myself say, and I pulled out the Ouija board from my backpack. All 3 of them immediately protested. "No way, Zach," Amber said firmly. "Not after that photo." "Absolutely not," Maya added. "Those things are dangerous." "Dude, put it away," Chris said. "This isn't funny." I remember feeling annoyed at their reaction. "It's just a game. I'll do it myself if you guys are too scared." And that's exactly what I did. I set up the board on the cement in front of me, placed the planchette in the center, and put my fingers on it. Looking back, I would never do something so stupid now. But in that moment, something changed in me. As soon as my fingers touched the planchette, I felt different. It was like slipping into a warm bath after being out in the cold. My whole body relaxed. The anxiety I'd felt after seeing the figure in the photo, gone. The natural caution that defined me as a person, vanished. I felt calm, peaceful even. My friends noticed it immediately. "Zach, are you okay?" Maya asked, her forehead creased with worry. "I'm fine," I replied, smiling. "Better than fine." I started asking the standard questions you're supposed to ask a Ouija board. Is anyone there? The planchette moved slowly to yes. What's your name? Nothing happened. Are you a good spirit? The planchette moved to yes again. How long have you been here? No response. Do you have a message for us? The planchette circled the letter U. I didn't think much of it at first. I asked more questions, and the responses were limited, either moving to yes or circling the letter U. My friends were watching intently, and after a few minutes, Chris spoke up. Zach, it keeps circling. Do you notice that? I hadn't, but he was right. Any time I asked if the spirit wanted something or had a message, it went straight to you and circled it multiple times. What about you? I asked the board. What are you trying to say? The planchette circled you again, more quickly this time. Amber's voice was tight with fear. I think it means you, Zach. It wants you. Something about her words should have terrified me, but I just felt a mild curiosity. Do you mean me? I asked the board. Do you mean you, as in myself? The planchette moved so violently to yes that it nearly flew off the board. That's when my friends intervened. Chris reached over and physically lifted my hands off the planchette. Session over, he said firmly. We're leaving. Now. The moment my fingers left the planchette, it was like waking up from anesthesia. A wave of fear crashed over me so intensely I actually gasped. My heart started racing, my palms went sweaty, and I felt dizzy with panic. All the emotions I should have been feeling, all the caution and fear that defined me, came flooding back at once. Oh my God, I whispered, looking at the board with horror. What was I doing? That's what we were wondering, Maya said, already standing up and gathering her things. You were like a completely different person, Zach, so calm. So, not you. We didn't bother packing up the Ouija board properly. I shoved it into my backpack haphazardly, and we practically ran back to the car. The sun had set completely by then, and the cemetery was dark except for a few distant security lights. None of us said anything about counting the steps on our way out. In the car, Amber couldn't stop talking about how strange I'd been acting. It was like you were hypnotized or something, she said as I drove, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. You're always the one telling us to be careful, and then you just sat there smiling while that thing kept circling you over and over. I felt fine when I was doing it, I admitted. Better than fine, like nothing could go wrong. That's the scariest part, Chris said from the back seat. Whatever that was, it changed how you felt. It got past your defenses somehow. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about the figure in the photo and how completely my personality had changed when I touched that planchette. What would have happened if my friends hadn't been there? How far would it have gone? I've never experienced anything paranormal since that night. No ghostly sightings, no strange occurrences in my apartment. But sometimes I catch myself thinking about how it felt to have my natural caution stripped away, how vulnerable I was in that moment. And I wonder if that entity at Greenwood Cemetery is still there, waiting for someone else to sit down with a Ouija board and place their fingers on the planchette. Whatever was in that cemetery, it wanted me specifically, and for a few terrifying minutes, it had me right where it wanted me. That's what keeps me up at night. Not just that something supernatural exists, but that it could make me willingly drop all my defenses and invite it in. Story 13. That night, I still get chills thinking about it, started like any other. It was a Tuesday in late October, just cold enough that I had switched from a hoodie to my winter jacket. I remember because I kept adjusting the heater in my car, trying to find that perfect temperature where I wasn't freezing or sweating. Around 11:30, I was about to call it quits when I got a ping for a pickup at the Lakeside Motel. If you know the area, you know that place hasn't seen better days since the 90s. It's one of those spots where people either stay because they can't afford anything better, or they don't want anyone knowing they're there. The request was from someone named Kara. No photo, which wasn't that unusual, but no rating either, which meant it was a new account. The app said she'd been waiting 7 minutes already, with 2 other drivers canceling before me. Red flag, right? But it was my last ride, and I figured I'd just get it over with. I pulled into the motel parking lot at 11:45. Most of the rooms were dark, except for a few with the blue flicker of TV screens. The neon sign buzzed overhead, missing the L, so it just said Lakeside Motel in harsh red light. I texted that I had arrived, and a few seconds later, room 17's door opened. The woman who stepped out, Kara, I assumed, looked like she hadn't slept in days. Her dark hair was tangled, her clothes rumpled like she'd been wearing them for too long. But it was her eyes that got me. They looked hollow, like something behind them had gone out. She slid into the back seat without saying anything, clutching a small backpack to her chest. No other luggage. "Hey, I'm Dylan. You're Kara, right?" I said, trying to be friendly. She nodded, not making eye contact. I noticed her hands were shaking. "Where are we headed tonight?" I asked, glancing at her in the rearview mirror. The app didn't show a destination yet. "Just drive," she said. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Away from here. I'll tell you where to go." Another red flag, but something about her seemed genuinely scared, not threatening. Against my better judgment, I pulled out of the parking lot. "Which direction?" I asked. "North," she said. "Take Route 43. Route 43 wasn't the most direct way into the city. It cuts through a stretch of woods before connecting to the highway. Not many streetlights, barely any houses. Not where I'd choose to go at midnight, but I followed her directions. We drove in silence for about 10 minutes. I tried making small talk, asked if she was from Chicago, commented on the weather, but she only gave one-word answers, if she responded at all. The whole time, she kept looking out the window, scanning the roadside like she was expecting to see something or someone. "They follow the roads, you know," she finally said, breaking the silence. "Who does?" I asked, trying to sound casual even though my stomach had knotted up. "The ones who can't move on, the ones who are looking for something," she said. "You ever hear about the woman in white?" I shook my head, gripping the steering wheel a little tighter. "Can't say that I have." "She waits by the side of the road. They say she died out here, waiting for someone who never came back for her. Now she's still waiting, but she's angry." I forced a laugh. "You into ghost stories or something?" She didn't laugh. "They're not stories when you've seen them." We were deep into the wooded stretch now, the road narrowing as trees crowded in on both sides. My headlights carved a tunnel through the darkness. There were no other cars. I glanced at my phone screen to check how much farther we had to go, and that's when I noticed something weird. The GPS map was glitching out. Instead of the normal blue line showing our route, there was a maze of red lines spreading out across the screen like blood vessels. "What the hell?" I muttered, tapping the screen. The app froze completely. "She's close," Kara whispered from the back seat. "Whatever happens, don't stop the car." My heart was hammering now. "Look, I don't know what's going on, but I think I should turn around and—" "No!" Kara shouted, lurching forward. "You can't turn around. She'll be waiting if you do." I was about to tell her she was freaking me out when my headlights caught something on the road ahead. A figure standing right in the middle of the lane, a woman in a tattered white dress, her head down, long dark hair obscuring her face. I slammed on the brakes instinctively, swerving to avoid hitting her. The car fishtailed on the damp pavement, and I fought to regain control. "I told you not to stop," Kara screamed. I looked back at the road, but the woman was gone, completely vanished. There was nowhere she could have run to so quickly. Dense woods lined both sides of the road. "Did you see her?" I asked, my voice shaking. Kara's face had gone completely white. "Drive. Now." I pressed the gas, but the engine sputtered and died. I tried to restart it, turning the key again and again, but nothing happened. The dashboard lights flickered, then went out completely. "We need to get out of here," Kara said, her voice suddenly calm in a way that terrified me more than her panic. "We need to run." "Run where? We're in the middle of nowhere." I checked my phone to call for help, but there was no signal. The screen kept flashing that same distorted map with the web of red lines. That's when I heard it. A faint whispering sound coming from the woods on either side of us. It started soft, like wind through leaves, but grew louder until I could almost make out words. Almost, but not quite, like hearing a conversation from underwater. The temperature in the car plummeted. I could see my breath misting in front of my face. The windows began to fog, then frost over in intricate patterns. Kara reached forward and grabbed my shoulder, her fingers digging in painfully. Listen to me. When I count to 3, we're both going to get out and run toward the lights. What lights? I asked, straining to see anything through the windshield. 1, she started counting, ignoring my question. 2 dots. On 3, she threw her door open and bolted. I hesitated for just a second, then followed, fumbling with my seatbelt and practically falling out of the driver's side. The whispering in the woods grew louder as I ran after Kara. I couldn't see any lights, just the dark outline of her figure sprinting ahead of me between the trees. The ground was uneven, covered in slippery leaves and hidden roots that threatened to trip me with every step. "Kara, wait!" I called out, but my voice sounded muffled, like the air itself was absorbing the sound. She glanced back once, her face ghostly in the dim moonlight that filtered through the branches. "Don't stop running, don't look back." But of course, when someone tells you not to look back, what do? I looked back. My car was still there on the road, but now there was something standing beside it. The woman in white. Even from this distance, I could tell something was wrong with her. Her proportions weren't quite right. Her arms seemed too long, her neck at an impossible angle, and she was looking right at me. I turned and ran harder, my lungs burning, branches whipping at my face. I couldn't see Kara anymore. Somehow, in the seconds I'd looked back, she'd vanished among the trees. "Kara!" I shouted, panic rising in my throat. No answer, just that continuous whispering that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. I stumbled into a small clearing and stopped, spinning around, trying to get my bearings. The trees all looked the same. I had no idea which direction the road was anymore, or which way Kara had gone. That's when I felt it, a cold breath on the back of my neck, not like wind, but like someone exhaling directly against my skin. "You can't escape," a voice whispered, right in my ear. It wasn't Kara's voice. It sounded like multiple voices speaking in unison, layered on top of each other. I tried to run, but my body wouldn't respond. It was like my feet had grown roots into the ground. The cold spread from my neck down my spine into my limbs. My vision started to darken around the edges. The last thing I remember is the whispering growing so loud it felt like it was inside my head, and a glimpse of white fabric swirling around me like a shroud. Then everything went black. I woke up in my car. The engine was running, the heater blasting warm air. According to the dashboard clock, it was 3:17 in the morning. I was parked on the shoulder of Route 43, but much closer to the city than I remembered being when I picked up Kara. The back seat was empty, no sign that anyone had been there. I checked the Uber app, thinking I'd see the incomplete ride, but there was nothing. No record of Kara's request, no payment pending. Nothing in my ride history from that night except the fares I'd taken before her. I drove straight into the city, shaking the whole way, constantly checking my rearview mirror. I stopped at the first gas station I saw that was open, just needing to be around other people, to be somewhere with bright lights and security cameras. The attendant, an older guy with a gray beard, gave me a strange look as I walked in. I must have looked like hell. "You okay, man? You look like you've seen a ghost," he said. I laughed, a shrill sound that didn't even sound like me. Maybe I did. I bought a coffee I didn't even want, just for an excuse to stay there for a minute. As I was paying, I mentioned I'd just come from Route 43, trying to sound casual. The attendant's expression changed. "You shouldn't be out there this time of night, especially not this time of year." "What do you mean?" He leaned in, lowering his voice. "Strange things happen on that stretch. Drivers reporting figures in the road, cars breaking down for no reason, people going missing. There's a woman some folks have seen. In a white dress," I finished for him. He nodded slowly. "You saw her?" I couldn't bring myself to tell him everything. I just nodded. "You're lucky then," he said. "Not everyone who sees her makes it back to tell about it." I haven't taken another ride request from anywhere near the lakeside motel since that night. I've tried looking up information about accidents or deaths on that stretch of Route 43, but I've found nothing concrete, just forum posts and local legends about similar encounters. Sometimes I wonder about Kara, who she was, if she was even real. I've checked my ride history dozens of times, but there's still no record of her. It's like she never existed, but I know what I saw. I know what I felt in those woods, and I still wake up some nights, my bedroom ice cold no matter how high I set the thermostat, convinced I can hear whispering coming from just outside my window. Story: I still can't sleep properly. It's been 8 years since that night in Pennsylvania, but every time I close my eyes, I see her face. Sometimes I wonder if sharing this will help me process what happened, but I'm not sure anything will ever make sense of it. It was the summer of 2015, and I was 27, feeling suffocated by my office job in Columbus, Ohio. I'd been saving up for months to take a solo road trip across the country. Just me, my old Subaru Outback, and the open road all the way to the Pacific. I wasn't looking for anything specific, just freedom, I guess. A chance to clear my head. The first 2 days went exactly as I'd planned. I stayed in cheap motels, ate at local diners, took photos of random roadside attractions, normal tourist stuff. By the third day, I was making good time through Pennsylvania, thinking I might push on to Pittsburgh before stopping for the night. That's when everything changed. It was getting dark earlier than I expected. You know how summer evenings can be. 1 minute it's bright sunshine, and the next, shadows are stretching across the road. I'd been driving for about 6 hours straight and decided to pull into this rest stop to stretch my legs and grab a coffee from my thermos. The rest area was almost empty, just a couple of truckers napping in their cabs and an old guy walking his dog. I remember thinking how quiet it was, how the trees around the parking lot seemed to swallow up all the sound. I was leaning against my car, sipping my coffee, when I noticed her. She was standing near the exit ramp, thumb out, a young woman in a light blue summer dress. She couldn't have been more than 22 or 23. Her brown hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail, and she had this small backpack slung over one shoulder. Something about her seemed off. Not threatening, just out of place. Who hitchhikes at dusk in the middle of nowhere? I watched her for a few minutes, debating with myself. My mom had always warned me never to pick up hitchhikers, but it was getting dark, and she was just a young woman probably trying to get home. Before I could talk myself out of it, I walked over to her. "Need a ride?" I asked. She turned to look at me, and I felt this weird chill run down my spine. Her eyes were this pale gray color that seemed almost translucent in the fading light. She studied me for a moment before nodding. "If you're heading west," she said. Her voice was soft, almost too quiet to hear over the occasional passing truck. "I'm Mark," I told her as we walked back to my car. "Heading to Pittsburgh tonight." "Sarah," she replied. "I missed the last bus. Was visiting friends." Her sentences were clipped like she was reading from a script. I opened the passenger door for her, and she slid in without another word. As I walked around to my side, I had this momentary urge to just get in my car and drive away, leaving her there. I still wish I had. Once we were on the highway, I tried making small talk, asked where she was from, where she was headed. Her answers were vague, "Not far from here," and "Just need to get home." She kept staring out the window, her reflection ghostly in the glass. When she did look at me, she never quite met my eyes, always focusing somewhere just past me. After about 40 minutes of uncomfortable silence, punctuated by my failed attempts at conversation, we approached a fork in the road. The GPS was recommending I take the interstate, but Sarah suddenly perked up. "Take the right," she said, pointing to the exit for Route 219. "It's quicker this way, avoids construction." I hesitated. My GPS didn't show any construction, but I figured a local would know better. Big mistake. The road narrowed almost immediately. winding through dense woods. The streetlights became fewer and farther between. I noticed Sarah sitting up straighter, her hands clutching her backpack tightly on her lap. "It's just through this town," she said, her voice tighter than before. "Shortcut." The town we entered barely deserved the name. Just a collection of old houses set back from the road, most with only a single light burning in a window. The few street lamps cast weird, elongated shadows across the pavement. There wasn't a single person visible anywhere, not even a car passing by. Just houses with curtained windows that seemed to watch us as we drove past. "Where exactly are we?" I asked, slowing down. Sarah didn't answer right away. When I glanced over, her face had gone completely pale. Her knuckles were white where she gripped her backpack. "We shouldn't be here," she whispered. "Not after dark." That's when real fear started creeping in. "What are you talking about? You're the one who told me to come this way." She turned to me then, and her eyes, God, her eyes looked different, wider, darker somehow. "I'm sorry," she said. "I just wanted to get home. I didn't know it would be like this tonight." "Like what? What are you talking about?" My voice was rising, but I couldn't help it. "This town," she said, her voice so quiet I had to strain to hear it. "There's a story about it, about a hitchhiker who leads travelers here, but I wouldn't." Before she could finish, fog started rolling in. Not normal fog. This was thick, almost solid-looking, swirling around the car in tendrils. It came out of nowhere, reducing visibility to maybe 10 feet in front of us. I slowed to a crawl, leaning forward over the steering wheel as if that would help me see better. "Turn around," Sarah suddenly said, her voice urgent. "Turn around now. We need to get out of here." I was about to do exactly that when something moved in the fog ahead. A figure, tall and unnaturally thin, stepped into the road. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding slightly on the damp pavement. The figure approached slowly. I couldn't make out a face, just a dark silhouette against the white fog. It came right up to my window and stood there, perfectly still. I felt paralyzed, my hands frozen on the steering wheel. Then it tapped on my window, not with fingers. The sound was wrong, more like claws on glass. A voice followed, muffled but clear enough. "Step out of the vehicle, please." The voice was deep, almost mechanical, with this weird echo to it. I felt my hand moving toward the door handle without conscious thought, like I was being controlled. Sarah grabbed my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. "Don't," she hissed. "Don't open the door. Don't look at it. Just go. Now." Something in her voice snapped me out of it. I slammed my foot on the gas, swerving around the figure. In my rearview mirror, I saw it standing in the middle of the road, watching us go. It didn't chase us or even move, just stood there, becoming smaller in the distance until the fog swallowed it up. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. What the hell was that? What is going on? Sarah was pressed against the passenger door, as far from me as she could get. "I'm sorry," she kept saying. "I didn't mean to. I just wanted to get home." "What are you talking about? Did you know about that person?" My voice was shaking. "Not a person," she whispered. "And yes, no, I don't know. There are stories about this town, about people who disappear here. I thought they were just stories. I didn't think it would actually happen. So you led me here. Why?" She shook her head frantically. "No, I needed a ride home. I take this route all the time during the day. It's never like this. I've never seen the fog, or them." We were still driving, faster than was safe on the narrow road, but I couldn't bring myself to slow down. The fog was thinning slightly, but I could still barely see the road markers. "Almost there," Sarah muttered, more to herself than to me. "Almost out." I was about to ask what she meant when I noticed the road widening, the trees thinning out. We were approaching what looked like the edge of town. Relief flooded through me until I glanced over at Sarah. She wasn't there. The passenger seat was empty. No Sarah, no backpack, nothing to indicate she'd ever been there at all. The car was still moving. I hadn't stopped. The doors hadn't opened. She was just gone. I slammed on the brakes so hard the car fishtailed. For a moment I just sat there trying to process what had happened. Then I started searching frantically, checking the back seat, looking under the dash, as if a whole person could somehow hide there. Finally, I got out of the car, leaving it running in the middle of the road. "Sarah," I called, my voice echoing in the stillness. "Sarah." No answer, just the sound of wind through the trees and my own ragged breathing. That's when I heard it, a whisper so faint I thought I'd imagined it at first. "Run." I spun around, trying to locate the source. "Sarah?" "Run now. Don't come back." The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, carried on the wind itself. I got back in my car and drove. I didn't stop for hours, not until I reached a well-lit gas station near Pittsburgh where there were actual people around. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely pump gas. The attendant, this older guy with a gray beard, took one look at me and asked if I was okay. "I was just driving through some town back there," I said, trying to sound casual and failing completely. "Small place, got really foggy." He frowned. "You came through Haynesville at night?" I nodded and he exchanged glances with another customer. "You picked someone up, didn't you?" the other man asked. I felt my blood run cold. "How did you know that?" The attendant sighed. "It's an old story around here. Happened to my cousin back in the 80s. Young woman hitchhiking, leads you into town, then disappears." "Who is she?" I asked. "No one knows for sure. Some say she's one of the victims, trying to warn people away. Others think she's working with whatever's in that town, luring people in. All we know is that anyone who stops for her either disappears or comes out changed." I spent the night in Pittsburgh, in a motel with bright fluorescent lights and lots of people around. I couldn't sleep. Kept seeing Sarah's face, hearing her voice telling me to run. I cut my trip short and headed back to Ohio the next day, taking a completely different route that added hours to my journey. For months afterward, I avoided driving alone, wouldn't go out after dark. My friends thought I was losing it. About a year later, I stumbled across an online article about unexplained disappearances in rural Pennsylvania. There was a section about Haynesville and its unusually high number of missing persons cases dating back decades. And there was a photo, a group of college students from 1997, all smiling at the camera. One of them was Sarah. She'd been reported missing that same year, last seen getting into a stranger's car at a rest stop. I've tried researching more about Haynesville since then, but information is sparse. Most official maps don't even show it anymore. It's just a blank space between other towns. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if stress and exhaustion made me hallucinate. But then I remember her eyes, the fog, that figure in the road, the voice telling me to run. I still drive cross-country sometimes, but I never pick up hitchhikers, and I never ever take shortcuts through towns I don't know, especially not after dark. Story 15. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. I'm not looking for validation or trying to convince anyone. I just need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. Ever since I was a kid, I've seen things other people don't. Colored orbs mostly. Little balls of light that would float around me. I used to think they were imaginary friends. I'd talk to them, follow them around the house. My parents thought it was cute until I was about 7 and still talking about my light friends. That's when I learned most people don't see what I see. I learned to stop mentioning them. When I was 17, I had an accident, fell off a horse during a riding lesson and damaged my spinal cord and brain. It wasn't catastrophic. I recovered most of my function, but afterward, I still saw the orbs. The doctors said it might be related to the injury, maybe some kind of visual processing issue. They gave it a fancy name I can't remember now. I just knew they were still there, and I got used to them. But what happened in my apartment last March wasn't anything like the orbs. It wasn't something I could dismiss or ignore. It started on a completely ordinary Tuesday. I was working from home, had just finished making lunch in my kitchen. Nothing special, just a sandwich and some chips. I remember because I was carrying my plate back to my desk when I noticed something by my refrigerator. At first, I thought there was something wrong with my eyes, like when you've been staring at a screen too long and get those floaters in your vision. But this was different. It was bigger, more defined. It looked like a person-sized patch of fog or mist just standing there, not solid enough to block what was behind it, but not transparent enough to ignore, like looking through foggy plastic wrap shaped into a person. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes, did all the things you're supposed to do when your vision's playing tricks on you, but it didn't go away. I even set my plate down and walked toward it, thinking maybe it was steam from cooking or something reflecting off the fridge. But as I got closer, it stayed exactly the same. It didn't move or dissipate. I reached out my hand, and it felt cold, not freezing, but noticeably colder than the rest of the room. After a minute or so, it just faded away, gradually, like fog burning off in the morning sun. I stood there for another 5 minutes, waiting to see if it would come back, but it didn't. I convinced myself it was nothing, maybe a weird side effect of my medication or just my brain injury acting up again. 3 days later, I was getting ready to leave for a doctor's appointment. I had my hand on the doorknob when I saw it again, same foggy, translucent shape, but this time standing right beside my front door. I froze. This time there was something different about it. It wasn't just there, it felt like it was watching me. I don't know how to explain it better than that. It didn't have eyes that I could see, no facial features at all really, but I could feel attention radiating from it, focused on me. I remember my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I wanted to run, but where would I go? This was my apartment. Instead, I just stared at it for what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds before forcing myself to open the door and leave. The whole time at my appointment, I couldn't focus on anything the doctor was saying. All I could think about was whether that thing would still be there when I got home. It wasn't, at least not by the door. But over the next few weeks, it started appearing regularly, always in the same 2 spots, by the refrigerator and by the front door, sometimes multiple times a day. I'd be doing dishes and turn around to see it standing there, or I'd be putting on my shoes and look up to find it beside me. I started to develop a weird routine around it, acknowledging its presence with a nod or even a quiet hello before going about my business. I know that sounds crazy, but it felt crazier to ignore it. The nights were worse. The first time it appeared while I was in bed, I nearly screamed. Instead of standing upright like it did during the day, at night it would hover horizontally, right above me, still foggy but darker somehow, more dense, like a cloud heavy with rain. The first few times I couldn't sleep at all. I'd lie there rigid, afraid to move, until morning came and it disappeared. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I'd fall asleep with it floating above me like some bizarre guardian. That's the weird thing. I never felt threatened by it. Unsettled, yes. Confused, absolutely, but not in danger. It never tried to touch me or harm me in any way. If anything, it felt protective, like it was keeping watch. When I'd wake up from nightmares, which happened a lot after my accident, it would be there, hovering closer than usual, as if it had sensed my distress. I didn't tell anyone at first. What would I say? Hey, there's a foggy person-shaped thing living in my apartment, but don't worry, I think it's friendly. I'd sound completely unhinged, but after about a month, my friend Mike came over to help me move some furniture. He doesn't know about my history with seeing things, so when he walked through the exact spot where the entity usually stands by the door and suddenly stopped mid-sentence, my blood ran cold. "Whoa," he said, rubbing his arms. "Did you just turn the AC way up or something? It's freezing right here." I tried to sound casual when I asked him what he meant, and he just shrugged and said it felt like he'd walked through an ice patch, but only in that one spot. The rest of the apartment was normal temperature. That's when I knew for sure I wasn't imagining it. Whatever this thing was, it had a physical presence that someone else could feel, even if they couldn't see it. After that, I started doing research. I spent hours online reading about ghosts, spirits, interdimensional beings, all sorts of things I would have laughed at before. Some of what I read seemed to fit: cold spots, a sense of being watched, recurring appearances in the same locations, but nothing quite matched what I was experiencing. Most ghost stories involve figures that look more human, or at least more defined. My entity was just fog. Sentient fog that seemed to have decided to room with me. About 2 months in, I started noticing other things. Objects in my apartment would move slightly, not dramatically like in horror movies, just small adjustments. I'd leave my keys on the coffee table and find them by the door. I'd swear I put my phone on my nightstand, only to find it charging on my desk. Little things that could be explained away by forgetfulness, except they happened too often. Then came the incident with my medication. I have to take it daily for the lingering effects of my injury. One morning, I was running late and rushed out without taking it. I was halfway to work when I heard a distinct tapping sound coming from my purse. When I opened it, my pill bottle was sitting right on top of everything else. Not where I keep it, not where it could have fallen from. I hadn't packed it that morning, I'm certain of it. The most convincing moment, though, was one night in June. I woke up around 3 in the morning to use the bathroom and noticed the entity wasn't in its usual hovering position above my bed. Instead, it was by my bedroom window, more agitated than I'd ever seen it. The fog was swirling and churning like it was being blown by wind, even though my windows were closed. I was about to ignore it and go back to sleep when I smelled smoke. Not strong, just a hint, but enough to make me get up and check. There was nothing burning in my apartment, but when I looked out the window where the entity was positioned, I saw sparks coming from the power line connected to my building. I called the emergency number from my building manager, and they sent someone to check it out. Turned out there was an electrical issue that could have caused a fire if left unchecked. After that night, the appearances became less frequent. By mid-July, I wasn't seeing the foggy shape anymore, but I could still feel it sometimes. That same cold spot, that same sense of being observed. My cat, Luna, started acting weird too. She'd suddenly perk up and stare intently at empty corners or follow something invisible across the room with her eyes. She'd meow at the spot by the door where the entity used to appear most often. The strangest part now is the smells. Random scents will waft through my apartment with no source. Perfume I don't own, shoe polish, which I never use, once even the distinct smell of the beach, salt water and all, in the middle of winter. They come and go quickly, but they're unmistakable. It's been 9 months now since that first sighting by my refrigerator. I haven't seen the foggy entity in its full form for months, but I know it's still here. Just yesterday, I was struggling to reach something on my top shelf, and when I turned to get a chair, the item had been moved to the edge where I could reach it. No one else was here. No draft could have moved it. I don't know what it is or why it chose my apartment. Maybe it has something to do with my injury. Maybe it's connected to the orbs I've seen since childhood. Or maybe it's something else entirely. All I know is that whatever this foggy entity is, it seems to have appointed itself as my invisible roommate and protector. Sometimes I talk to it just in case it can hear me. I thank it for the little helps, apologize when I walk through where I know it likes to stand. I probably sound completely nuts, but at this point, I don't care. We've developed a strange kind of coexistence, this foggy entity and me. I still have so many questions. Is it a ghost? Some kind of energy being? A hallucination that somehow affects physical objects? Why me? Will it ever leave, or am I stuck with a supernatural roommate forever? I don't expect answers, but if anyone has experienced anything similar, I'd love to hear about it. Sometimes I wonder if I should be scared, but honestly, in a weird way, I've come to find its presence comforting. I'm never truly alone anymore. Story 16. It's been 3 years since we demolished the family cabin, but I still haven't been able to shake what happened there. My grandfather Daniel built that place back in '62, and it was always supposed to be our happy place. For most of my childhood it was swimming in summer, ice fishing in winter, and those gorgeous Wisconsin sunsets over the water. Then everything changed in the summer of 2008. I remember being so excited to take my own kids there. My twins, Abigail and Madison, were 6 at the time, and my husband Connor had finally managed to get 2 full weeks off work. My parents had been begging to have the grandkids visit the cabin, so it seemed perfect. The first week was great, exactly what you'd expect from a family vacation at the lake. The girls collected rocks along the shoreline, Connor taught them to fish off the dock, and Mom cooked these massive family dinners every night. Dad was in his element, telling the girls all these stories about when I was a kid. Then on the 8th day, Madison went missing. We'd been having lunch on the deck, and I swear I only turned away for a minute to grab more napkins. When I came back, she was gone. Everyone split up to search, and it was my dad who found her about 20 minutes later. She was standing at the edge of what we always called the drop, this steep underwater ledge where the lake suddenly gets really deep. She was just standing there, staring into the water. When Dad asked what she was doing, she said, "The lady in the water called me to play." Her voice was so flat, not like my daughter at all. She wouldn't elaborate, just kept saying the lady wanted her to come closer. Dad said her toes were actually in the water when he found her, like she was about to wade in. We chalked it up to an overactive imagination and made a new rule that the girls couldn't go near the water without an adult. But 3 nights later, I woke up to both twins screaming. I've never moved so fast in my life. They were sitting up in their twin beds, pointing at the window. The lady with seaweed hair was watching us, Abigail kept saying. Madison was nodding, tears streaming down her face. She's all wet and her dress is dirty. She wants us to go swimming. Connor checked outside while I calmed the girls down. He came back looking confused and said there were puddles under the window outside, but it hadn't rained. The grass was bone dry everywhere else. The next morning, Mom went down to the dock early to read like she always did. She came running back to the cabin 10 minutes later, white as a sheet. She made Dad and Connor come look at something. There on the end of the dock was a perfect circle made of our stuff. A few of the girls' toys, Mom's reading glasses, Dad's favorite coffee mug, my hairbrush, and Connor's watch. Things that had definitely been inside the cabin when we went to bed. The creepiest part, no footprints anywhere on the dewy dock planks, just that perfect circle of our belongings. We left that day, packed everything, and drove the 4 hours home without really talking about it. The girls slept in our bed for a month afterward. None of us went back to the cabin for 2 years. Dad finally decided it needed renovations anyway and hired this guy Thomas Whelan and his company to do the work. That's when things got even weirder. The workers found stuff buried under the cabin when they were fixing the foundation. Old artifacts from the 30s, silverware, some broken dishes, and this journal belonging to someone named Elizabeth Carver. Dad did some digging and found out the Carvers had owned the land before our cabin was built. According to the county records, their homestead had burned down in '38 and the family died in the fire. But the journal told a different story. The last entries were from Elizabeth talking about how they refused to sell their land for the reservoir project. She wrote about her husband James nailing the windows shut because the water is rising already. The final entry was just 4 words. They're flooding us out. Dad showed me the journal, and I remember getting goosebumps. Hollow Pine Lake wasn't natural. It was man-made in the late 30s. The government had built a dam and flooded the valley to create a reservoir. I guess the Carver's property was right in the path. After the renovations were done, my parents went back to the cabin in 2012. I refused to bring the girls, but Mom and Dad said everything was fine. Until they both started having the same dream. They were standing on the lake bottom looking up at our cabin like they were seeing it from underwater through some kind of mirror. Dad installed security cameras after that. A week later, he called me, sounding freaked out. The cameras had caught something on the dock at 3 in the morning, wet footprints appearing out of nowhere, child-sized footprints. That's when we hired Meredith Alcott, this historical researcher who specialized in displaced communities from reservoir projects. She was fascinated by our story and discovered there was never any fire reported at the Carver property in '38. The newspaper accounts just said the family was resolved to remain even as waters rise. She came to the cabin with her assistant to investigate. They spent the night and said they heard water rushing beneath the floorboards, but when they checked, everything was dry. Dad showed them the security footage from that night later. It captured a woman in a nightgown hovering above the dock while both researchers were inside. I know how this sounds. Trust me, if someone told me this story, I'd think they were making it up or exaggerating, but there's more, and it gets worse. Meredith came back with ground-penetrating radar equipment. What they found confirmed her suspicions. Beneath 20 feet of water and silt lay the remnants of a foundation almost identical to our cabin. The Carver's homestead hadn't burned, it had been flooded, possibly with the family still inside. Dad started getting obsessed. He hired these paranormal investigators who set up equipment throughout the cabin. Their EVP recordings picked up a woman's voice saying, "This is our home, above and below." One of their team, Jason Merritt, had some kind of episode where he just stood staring at the dining table for an hour. When he snapped out of it, he described seeing a family sitting at a table underwater, looking up expectantly. In 2017, we found something that still gives me nightmares. Connor and Dad were replacing some rotted boards on the dock, and they had to flip one section over. There, embedded in the underside of the concrete footing from when the dock was built in '63, were small handprints, children's handprints. Dad tracked down the son of the original builder. The old man remembered being sent home as a kid for talking about a little girl swimming under the dock who was crying because we were building on top of her house. I couldn't sleep after that. I kept thinking about a little girl trapped underwater for decades, watching another family build a life directly above where hers had ended. It was too much. The county finally held a memorial service for the displaced families in 2019. That's when the lake itself seemed to respond. Hundreds of decades-old household items mysteriously floated to the surface from widely scattered locations. An old kettle, pieces of furniture, clothing, toys, things that should have rotted away long ago. We sent an underwater drone down after that. It didn't just find the Carver homestead's foundation, it captured the shadowy outline of a complete structure extending upward, like a ghost architecture mirroring our cabin above. The footage showed a table positioned exactly where our dining table was, chairs in the same arrangement, even what looked like bed frames where our bedrooms would be. That's when we decided to demolish the cabin. I couldn't bear the thought of my children playing above a family that had been forced underwater. The property is a memorial park now, but people still report feeling watched from the water, especially near where both cabins once stood. The twins are 15 now, and they still refuse to go anywhere near Hollow Pine Lake. Madison sometimes wakes up screaming about the girl who's still waiting for us to come play. Abigail draws these disturbing pictures of a house underwater with a family looking up. I don't know if the Carvers drowned when they refused to leave their home, or if something else happened. But sometimes I dream about Elizabeth Carver standing at the edge of my bed, dripping lake water onto my floor, whispering that I need to come home, that they're still waiting for us below. What terrifies me most is that I never found an explanation for how our family's things ended up in that circle on the dock, or how child-sized handprints got into concrete poured 25 years after the lake was created, or why sometimes when I look in mirrors, I catch glimpses of a little girl with seaweed in her hair, standing right behind me. I don't have answers. I just know that something at Hollow Pine Lake wanted my family, especially my daughters, and I'm afraid it's not done with us yet. Story 17. I still can't explain what happened that night 12 years ago. I'm 24 now, but sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear those voices again. I've told this story to very few people because most don't believe me. Some say I was just an overly imaginative kid, but I know what I heard and felt that night. I was 12 years old and living in a quiet neighborhood on the outskirts of Oslo. Our street was lined with nearly identical semi-detached houses, each with small, well-kept gardens. The Andersons had moved in next door about 6 months earlier with their 2 kids, Emma, who was 3, and Lucas, who was just 6 months old. They were nice people, always smiling and waving when they saw me. One Thursday evening in November, Mrs. Anderson knocked on our door. She asked if I'd be interested in babysitting that Saturday night. They were going to a party just 4 houses down the street and would only be gone for a few hours. She explained that both kids were incredibly heavy sleepers. Once they were down, they rarely woke up before morning. It sounded easy enough, and I was excited to earn my first babysitting money. My parents thought it would be good for me. "It's just down the street, and you can call us any time," my mom reassured me. The Andersons seemed like normal people, and their house was practically a mirror image of ours, just flipped. I felt comfortable enough. Saturday night arrived, and I headed next door around 7 in the evening. It was already dark outside. Norwegian winters don't offer much daylight. Mrs. Anderson showed me around even though I was already familiar with the layout. The kids' bedrooms were downstairs while the living room and kitchen were upstairs. She showed me where they kept snacks and drinks and told me to help myself to whatever I wanted. "Emma's already asleep and Lucas just went down too," she explained. "They should sleep through the night, but if anything happens, we're just at number 16. Here's the number, just in case." Mr. Anderson added, "The remote is on the coffee table and there's a movie channel showing some teen comedies tonight. Make yourself comfortable." They left around 7:30, and I settled in on their sofa upstairs. Their living room was cozy, with a large L-shaped couch facing a flat-screen TV mounted on the wall. I flipped through channels until I found a movie that had just started. Everything was perfectly normal and quiet. Around midnight, I was still watching TV. The house was silent except for the movie, and I was starting to feel a bit sleepy. That's when I heard it, the distinct sound of a key turning in the front door locked downstairs. The Andersons were back earlier than expected. I heard the door open, followed by Mr. and Mrs. Anderson's voices. They were talking in hushed tones, but I could clearly hear them removing their jackets and shoes in the hallway. I got up to greet them and tell them everything had been fine. As I walked down the stairs, the voices continued. Mrs. Anderson was saying something about the party being nice, but that she was glad to be home. I reached the bottom of the stairs and turned toward the front door, ready to say hello. There was nobody there. The voices had stopped completely. The hallway was empty and the front door was locked, deadbolt and all, exactly as it had been all evening. My heart started racing. I stood frozen for a moment, trying to process what was happening. Had I imagined it? No. The sounds had been too clear, too specific. I'd heard the key in the lock, the door opening, their voices, the rustling of jackets. I checked both kids' rooms. Emma was fast asleep in her bed, curled up with her stuffed rabbit. Lucas was also sleeping peacefully in his crib. Nothing seemed out of place. I gathered my courage and checked the rest of the downstairs, the bathroom, the small office, the storage closet. Everything was normal. No signs of anyone having entered the house. Trying to calm myself down, I decided I must have dozed off briefly and dreamed the whole thing. I went back upstairs, telling myself to stop being silly. That's when I noticed the TV was off. I was positive I hadn't turned it off. The remote was still on the coffee table where I'd left it. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I picked up the remote with shaking hands and pressed the power button. The screen flickered to life, but instead of the movie, there was only static, gray and white noise filling the screen. I frantically pressed buttons, trying to get back to the movie channel, but nothing worked, and then I heard them again. The voices downstairs, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson talking in the hallway, their voices clearer now. "Should we check on the kids?" I heard Mrs. Anderson ask. "They'll be fine," Mr. Anderson replied. "Let's not wake them." At that exact moment, Lucas started screaming. This wasn't a normal baby cry. It was a high-pitched, terrified scream that sent ice through my veins. Mrs. Anderson had told me he never woke up during the night, that he was their perfect sleeper. I bolted downstairs toward Lucas's room, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, the voices had stopped again. The hallway was empty. What made my blood run cold was that Lucas's bedroom door was closed. I distinctly remembered leaving it open earlier when I'd checked on him. I know I did. I hesitated for a second before grabbing the doorknob. It felt ice cold under my palm. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open. Lucas was still screaming, his little face red and contorted. I rushed to his crib and picked him up, cradling him against my chest. He was burning hot, almost feverish. Even though the room felt freezing cold, I didn't waste any time. I ran to Emma's room, scooped her up from her bed, and carried both children upstairs. Emma barely stirred, but Lucas continued to cry, though less intensely now that I was holding him. I sat on the couch with both kids, Emma still sleeping against my side, and Lucas finally calming down in my arms. The TV was still showing static, so I turned it off completely. The house fell silent except for Lucas's occasional whimpers. Then it started again. Voices downstairs, moving around, talking, sometimes laughing, sometimes just footsteps walking from one room to another. I was terrified but couldn't leave. I had 2 small children to protect, and there was no way I was going back downstairs. I didn't have a mobile phone. This was before every kid had one, and the Andersons' house phone was in the kitchen. I would have had to put the children down to make a call, and I wasn't about to do that. So I sat there, holding those kids for 3 hours straight, listening to the voices and movements downstairs. Sometimes they would stop for 20 minutes, and I'd start to think it was over. Then they'd start again. Casual conversation, footsteps, even the sound of kitchen cupboards opening and closing. At 3 in the morning, I heard the actual front door unlock. This time I heard the Andersons talking to someone, saying goodbye and thanking them for a wonderful evening. The door closed and footsteps approached the stairs. "Hello, we're home," Mrs. Anderson called up. I didn't answer immediately. How could I be sure it was really them this time? Mr. Anderson appeared at the top of the stairs and looked surprised to see me sitting there with both children. "Is everything okay?" he asked, genuine concern in his voice. Mrs. Anderson came up behind him and gasped when she saw Lucas awake in my arms. "What happened? Did he wake up?" she asked, rushing over to take him from me. My voice was shaking as I explained what had happened. The sounds of them coming home hours earlier, the TV turning off, Lucas screaming, the voices downstairs all night. I expected them to tell me I was imagining things or that I'd fallen asleep and had a nightmare. Instead, they exchanged a look I couldn't quite read. "It's happened before," Mr. Anderson said quietly. "We hear them sometimes too." "Hear what?" I asked, my mouth dry. "Voices, people talking downstairs when no one's there," Mrs. Anderson said, stroking Lucas's head. "We thought it was just the house settling or sounds from next door carrying through the walls." "But you've never seen anyone?" I asked. They both shook their heads. "We hear them most nights," Mrs. Anderson admitted. "But nothing bad has ever happened. We just got used to it, I guess." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. They knew their house had something wrong with it, and they still asked me, a 12-year-old kid, to stay there alone with their children. My dad came to pick me up. Mr. Anderson had called him, explaining that I was a bit spooked and needed to go home. I don't think they told him the whole story. For a month afterward, I slept with my light on. I kept hearing those voices in my dreams, casual conversations about everyday things, nothing threatening, but knowing there was nobody there made it horrifying. The strangest part? 2 weeks later, Mrs. Anderson asked if I'd babysit again, and for some reason I can't explain, I said yes. Maybe it was because nothing physically harmful had happened. Maybe it was because I was curious. Maybe it was because I felt responsible for those kids. I ended up babysitting for them many times after that. The voices came back occasionally, but never as intensely as that first night. Sometimes the TV would turn off, or I'd hear footsteps when nobody was there. Once, I found Emma talking to an empty corner of her room, but when I asked who she was talking to, she just said, "The nice people who live here too." The Andersons moved away when I was 16, and I never found out if they experienced anything else in their next home, or if whatever was in that house stayed there. Sometimes I drive by the old neighborhood when I'm in that part of Oslo. and I always wonder if the new family hears the voices too, or if they were somehow connected to the Andersons. To this day, I've never experienced anything like it again, but I know what I heard that night, and sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment and it's very quiet, I find myself listening for voices that aren't there. Story 18. I've been hauling freight across America for 27 years, and in all that time I've seen some weird shit on the road, but nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, compares to what happened to me last month at that godforsaken truck stop off I-80 in Nebraska. I'm still not sure I should be writing this down. Part of me thinks staying quiet is safer, but I need someone to know what's out there. I need to warn others. It was supposed to be a routine haul. I was carrying industrial equipment from Chicago to Denver, making decent time despite the weather reports warning about a winter storm system moving in. I've driven through plenty of snowstorms before, and I figured I could push through to North Platte before the worst hit. I was wrong. The snow started coming down hard around 4 in the afternoon. By 5, visibility was getting bad enough that I knew I needed to find somewhere to stop. The windshield wipers were barely keeping up, and the road was disappearing under white. That's when I saw the sign for the truck stop. Just a small blue and white sign, partially covered in snow, but visible enough. I remember feeling relieved when I pulled off the highway. The exit ramp was already slick, and I had to tap the brakes more than I liked. As I pulled into the lot, something felt off. There were only 3 other trucks parked there, which was strange for a stop on Interstate 80, even in bad weather. Usually, when a storm hits, these places fill up fast with drivers trying to wait it out. The truck stop itself looked old but maintained. Single-story building with a cafe, shower facilities, and a small convenience store. Nothing special, but a port in the storm. I backed my rig into a spot near the edge of the lot, shut down the engine, and grabbed my jacket. The wind hit me like a physical blow when I stepped out, driving snow into my face and down my collar. Inside, the place was eerily quiet. Just a couple of guys sitting at the counter, not talking, and a waitress wiping down tables. The overhead fluorescence gave everything a harsh, too bright quality that made the shadows in the corners seem darker somehow. I took a seat at the counter, and the waitress, Darlene according to her name tag, came over. She was maybe 55, with that weathered look you get from spending your life in harsh climates. "Coffee?" she asked, already reaching for the pot. "Please," I said, "and whatever hot food you've got. Been pushing since Chicago." She poured the coffee and put in an order for meatloaf. While I waited, I made small talk about the storm. That's when she got weird on me. "You planning on staying the night?" she asked, glancing toward the windows where the snow was now coming down in sheets. "Yeah, gonna sleep in my truck. Need to make Denver by tomorrow afternoon." She lowered her voice. "You might want to reconsider. This isn't a good place to be overnight during storms like this. I've heard all kinds of local superstitions and ghost stories at stops across the country, so I just smiled." "Why's that?" She looked around like she was checking if anyone was listening, even though the other guys were clear on the other end of the counter. "Truckers go missing from this stop. Has happened for years. Always during the worst storms, always at night. Management tries to keep it quiet. Highway patrol too. Bad for business, you know." I remember laughing it off. "I'll take my chances. My cab locks and I'm a light sleeper." She didn't smile back. "Locks don't help. Last guy who disappeared, Tom Reynolds, his truck was locked tight from the inside. Keys still in the ignition, but no Tom." I finished my food quickly after that. The meatloaf tasted like cardboard anyway. I thanked Darlene, paid my bill, and headed back to my truck. The snow was coming down even harder now, the wind howling across the parking lot. I had to fight to walk in a straight line back to my rig. Once inside my cab, I cranked the heat, logged my hours, and set my alarm for 5 a.m. The storm was supposed to pass by then, and I could get back on the road. I stripped down to my thermals, crawled into my sleeper berth, and tried to get some rest. The wind rocked the truck slightly, almost like being in a cradle. Despite Darlene's story, I fell asleep pretty quickly. I woke up at exactly 11:27 p.m. I remember checking the time on my phone because what woke me was my CB radio crackling to life. "Help." Anybody? Stop. Please. The voice was breaking up, but clear enough to hear the panic. I climbed into the driver's seat and picked up the mic. This is Nighthawk. Who's calling for help? What's your 20? Static hissed for a moment. Then, I'm at the truck stop. Mile marker 238. They won't let me leave. That was my location. Mile marker 238, I-80. Who's there with you? What's happening? I asked, scanning the parking lot through my windshield. The other trucks were still there, but I couldn't see any movement. The snow had let up slightly, but visibility was still poor. Been here 3 days. They come at night, through the snow. The voice dissolved into static. Who comes? What's your handle? I asked. Nothing but static answered me. I sat there for a few minutes, debating what to do. It could have been a prank, maybe some kids with a CB playing games, but something in that voice sounded genuinely terrified. I decided to check it out. I pulled on my boots and jacket and grabbed my flashlight. The temperature had dropped even further, and my breath formed thick clouds in front of my face. The lot was silent, except for the wind, no sign of anyone in trouble. I made my way toward the building, thinking maybe someone was stuck inside. The cafe windows were dark. When I tried the door, it was locked. I cupped my hands around my eyes and peered through the glass. The place was completely dark inside, which made no sense because the sign said they were open 24 hours and I'd been there just a few hours earlier. I circled the building, checking other entrances, all locked. The convenience store was dark too, and the shower facilities. It looked like the place had been closed for hours, maybe days. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There were no footprints in the snow except mine. The snow was at least 8 inches deep now, and my tracks from the truck were clearly visible. But there were no other recent tracks, not from the door to any of the parked trucks, not around the building, nowhere. It was as if everyone inside had simply vanished, or hadn't been outside since the snow began. I headed back to my truck, increasingly uneasy. Something wasn't right. The wind had picked up again, driving the snow horizontally, and I had to shield my eyes as I approached my rig. That's when I saw it. My driver's side door was open, just slightly, but definitely open. I know for a fact I'd closed and locked it before I left. I stopped about 20 feet away, shining my flashlight on the cab, and I saw something else that made my stomach drop. Footprints in the snow leading to my truck. Not mine. These were coming from the opposite direction, from the far edge of the lot where it bordered the open field beyond. And they didn't look right. They were too long, with odd spacing, like whoever or whatever made them had an unnatural gait. I stood there for what felt like forever, the cold seeping through my clothes, trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to run, but where would I go? The highway was undrivable in this storm, and the nearest town was 15 miles away. Finally, I approached my truck, moving slowly, flashlight beam bouncing between the footprints and the open door. When I reached the cab, I pulled the door open wider and shined the light inside. Everything looked normal. I climbed in quickly and locked the door behind me. When I tried to start the engine to get the heat going again, nothing happened. Just a click. The battery was fine, the interior lights worked, but the engine wouldn't turn over. I tried again and again, but nothing. That's when I heard it, a soft thump on the roof of the cab, then another, like something was walking across the top of my truck. I froze, keys still in the ignition, listening. The thumps continued, moving from the back of the cab toward the front, directly over my head. Then they stopped. For a few seconds, there was complete silence. Then a scratching sound like nails or claws dragging across metal. "We've been waiting for you, Ray." The voice came from directly above me, muffled by the roof, but still clear enough to understand. It knew my name, my real name, not my CB handle. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking. "What do you want?" In response, something hit the roof hard enough to dent the metal inward. Then again, and again. Whatever was up there was trying to break through the roof of my cab. I scrambled into the passenger seat, away from the impacts. The dents were getting deeper with each blow. How could anything hit hard enough to dent solid metal like that? Then I heard more thumps, not just on the roof now, but on the sides of the cab too, all around me. Multiple impacts, like I was surrounded. The temperature inside the cab plummeted suddenly. My breath came out in thick white clouds, and frost began forming on the inside of the windows. The radio switched on by itself, blaring static at full volume. I lunged for it and tried to turn it off, but the knob wouldn't move. Through the static, I could hear voices whispering, too many to count, overlapping each other. "Join us, Ray. We're so hungry. You can't leave now." The windshield cracked, a spiderweb of fractures spreading across the glass from a point of impact I hadn't seen. Then another crack, and another. The glass was going to give. I crawled into the sleeper berth, searching frantically for anything I could use as a weapon. I found my tire iron and gripped it so hard my knuckles turned white. The windshield finally shattered inward, sending glass shards across the cab. The snow and wind poured in, but that wasn't what made me scream. Pale, emaciated figures were climbing in through the broken windshield. Their limbs were too long, joints bending at unnatural angles. Their faces, God, their faces, stretched and gaunt, with mouths that opened too wide, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. One of them looked directly at me, its eyes completely white, no pupils or irises. It smiled, and its jaw unhinged like a snake's. "We've been so lonely, Ray. But now you're here. Now you'll stay. Forever." I swung the tire iron as the first one lunged at me. It connected with its head, and the thing made a sound no human throat could produce. But it kept coming. They all kept coming. The last thing I remember is their cold hands on me, pulling me toward the broken windshield and the howling darkness beyond. I woke up 2 days later in a hospital in North Platte. A snowplow driver found me half frozen in a field almost a mile from the truck stop. They said I was lucky to be alive. My truck was still at the stop, engine cold, windshield intact, door locked. But there were deep scratches all over the roof that no one could explain, and the CB radio was tuned to a frequency that hasn't been used in decades. The highway patrol officer who took my statement, guy named Jennings, seemed oddly unsurprised by my story. He wrote everything down, but I could tell he was leaving things out of his official report. When I pressed him, he just said, "Some stories about this stretch of road are better left untold." They diagnosed me with hypothermia and hallucinations due to exposure. But I know what I saw. I know what happened. I quit trucking the day I got out of the hospital. I can't get back in a cab, can't drive on highways at night anymore, especially not during snowstorms. Whatever's at that truck stop at mile marker 238 is still there, waiting, and it knows my name. Story 19. I've been debating for months whether to share this. I'm still not sure if writing it down will help me process what happened or just drag me deeper into memories I've been trying to forget. But I need to tell someone who might understand, because keeping it bottled up is driving me crazy. I've always been obsessed with old houses. Not the perfectly renovated ones you see on HGTV, but the genuine historical homes with character and stories embedded in their walls. So when I found that Victorian on the outskirts of Willow Creek for almost half what I expected to pay, I thought I'd hit the jackpot. The real estate listing had only a few photos: the exterior with its faded blue paint and white trim, a shot of the main staircase, and a glimpse of the kitchen that clearly hadn't been updated since the 70s. The agent seemed surprised when I wanted to see it immediately. "It's been on the market a while," she said, not quite meeting my eyes. "Needs some work." The house stood at the end of a long gravel drive, surrounded by massive willow trees that seemed to bow toward the structure. Even on that sunny April afternoon, the trees cast long shadows that made the house look like it was hiding in plain sight. I remember thinking how beautiful they were, how they framed the house perfectly. I had no idea those same trees would eventually haunt my nightmares. Walking through the front door, I felt this immediate sense of being watched. I brushed it off as excitement. The foyer opened to a grand staircase, the wood worn but solid. High ceilings, crown molding, original hardwood floors, everything I'd dreamed of. Yes, the wallpaper was peeling in places, and there was a musty smell, but nothing a good cleaning couldn't fix. I was already mentally placing my furniture before we'd seen the whole house. The agent seemed eager to rush through the tour. When I asked about the history, she gave vague answers about it being built in 1893 by a lumber merchant. I should have pushed harder, but I was too enchanted by the bay windows and the built-in bookshelves in what would become my office. I made an offer that same day. The closing process went suspiciously fast. No competing offers, minimal negotiation. I should have realized something was off, but I was too caught up in the fantasy of my perfect historic home. Moving day was exhausting but exhilarating. My best friend Melissa helped me unpack the essentials, and we celebrated with pizza and wine on the floor of my new living room. She left around 11, and that's when I first noticed it. I was brushing my teeth, getting ready for my first night in the house, when I heard it, a soft whisper, almost inaudible. Sarah. Just my name, but clear enough that I turned around, toothbrush still in my mouth, expecting to see someone behind me. The bathroom was empty. I checked my phone, thinking maybe I'd gotten a notification with some weird sound effect. Nothing. I chalked it up to exhaustion and the unfamiliar creaks of an old house. That night I slept with all the lights on anyway. The first week was a blur of unpacking and minor repairs. During the day, I felt silly about being spooked that first night. But when darkness fell, the whispers would start again. Sometimes just my name, sometimes fragments I couldn't quite make out. They seemed to come from the walls themselves or down the hallway, never from the same place twice. I'm not someone who scares easily. I tried to rationalize it. Old pipes, wind through the cracks in the windows, my imagination working overtime in a new environment. But the whispers grew more frequent, more distinct. 2 weeks after moving in, Melissa came over with her boyfriend Tyler for dinner. We were having drinks in the living room when Tyler suddenly stopped mid-sentence and looked toward the hallway. "Did someone just call your name?" he asked me. I felt my skin go cold. "You heard it too?" Melissa looked between us, confused. "Heard what?" "Like a whisper," Tyler said, looking uncomfortable. I thought someone said Sarah really quietly. The rest of the evening had this underlying tension. They left earlier than planned, and Melissa texted me later asking if everything was okay with me. I lied and said yes. That night, I barely slept. The whispers seemed emboldened by Tyler's acknowledgement. They came more frequently, sometimes multiple voices overlapping. I couldn't make out most of what they said, but my name was clear, and occasionally what sounded like "come" or "help us." I started researching the house's history online the next day. The town's digital archives didn't have much, just building records and property transfers. But I found an old newspaper article from 1908 mentioning the tragic disappearance of the Thompson family who had lived in my house. Father, mother, and teenage daughter all vanished without a trace, their belongings left behind, no signs of struggle. The article mentioned local superstitions but didn't elaborate. I joined a Facebook group for Willow Creek history and asked about my address. The responses were sparse and vague. "Bad luck house," one person commented. Another suggested I look up the Thompson incident. Someone else just posted a single word: leave. I reached out to my real estate agent, who suddenly became difficult to reach. When I finally got her on the phone and asked directly about the disappearances, she hesitated before admitting that yes, the house had some stories attached to it. "But every old house does," she added quickly. "Nothing's been documented, just small-town gossip." The whispers grew louder at night, more insistent. I started sleeping with headphones on, playing music to drown them out. But sometimes I'd wake up to find my headphones removed, sitting neatly on my nightstand. About a month after moving in, I decided to fully explore the attic. I'd been up there briefly during the home inspection, but it was just a quick peek at a dusty space with some old furniture covered in sheets. This time, I brought a flashlight and determination to see if I could find anything about the house's past. The attic stairs creaked under my weight. The air up there was thick with dust and something else. A heaviness I can't quite explain. Most of the space was empty except for some broken chairs and an old metal bed frame. But in the far corner, partially hidden behind a chimney stack, I found an old trunk. It was locked, but the wood around the latch had rotted enough that I could break it open with a screwdriver. Inside were photographs, yellowed with age, a family of 3, stern-faced father, mother with a tight smile, and a girl about 15 or 16 with long dark hair. The Thompson family, I assumed. There were letters too, mostly mundane correspondence about business matters addressed to Edward Thompson. At the bottom of the trunk was a small leather-bound book with Margaret embossed on the cover. Margaret Thompson's diary. I sat there in the dusty attic and read it, cover to cover. Most entries were typical teenage musings from the early 1900s, complaints about chores, mentions of a boy she liked in town, frustrations with her strict father. But the entries from the last month were different. She wrote about hearing whispers at night, about how her parents didn't believe her at first, but then her mother started hearing them too. The final entry chilled me to my core. May 15th, 1908. The whispers are louder now. Mother has taken to praying constantly. Father boards the windows at night, though I don't see how that helps. They don't come from outside. They come from everywhere and nowhere. Last night I followed them to the edge of the woods. They told me secrets about the trees. They say the trees are alive, and they want me to join them. Father caught me and dragged me back inside. He says we're leaving tomorrow, going to stay with Aunt Judith until he can sell the house, but I don't think they'll let us leave. They're calling me now. They know I'm writing about them. That was the last entry. The family disappeared the next day. I couldn't sleep at all that night. The whispers were constant, no longer just my name but phrases. Come see, join us, the trees are waiting. I put the diary back in the trunk and shoved it into the corner, as if distance would somehow make its contents less real. For the next week, I stayed with Melissa, claiming I had plumbing issues at the house, but I couldn't stay away forever. My savings were depleted from the down payment, and I couldn't afford to just abandon the property. When I returned, the whispers started immediately, more aggressive than before. They seemed to follow me from room to room. At night, I'd see shadows moving at the corners of my vision, gone when I turned to look directly. The willow trees outside seemed to bend toward my windows even when there was no wind. I contacted a local priest who came and blessed the house. The whispers stopped for exactly one night, then returned stronger than ever. I reached out to a paranormal investigation group, but they had a 6-month waiting list. Then came that night. It was a Tuesday in June, unusually cool for Texas summer. I'd been in the house just over 2 months. The whispers had been escalating all day, multiple voices overlapping until I could barely think straight. Around midnight, they suddenly unified into a single clear command. Follow. I don't know what possessed me to actually do it. Fear, curiosity, sleep deprivation, or maybe something was influencing my mind. I grabbed a flashlight and my phone and followed the whispers through the house, down the stairs, out the back door, and toward the woods behind the property. The night was moonless, my flashlight beam seeming to be swallowed by the darkness between the trees. The whispers led me deeper, always just ahead, always promising answers. The air grew thick, almost difficult to breathe. I remember thinking how the temperature seemed to drop with each step. I walked for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. The trees grew denser, the willows giving way to ancient oaks and pines I'd never noticed before. Finally, I reached a clearing. The whispers stopped abruptly. In the silence, I could hear my own ragged breathing and the too fast beating of my heart. My flashlight illuminated a circle of trees surrounding a small stone marker, half buried in the ground. It looked like a grave marker with no name, just a date, 1893, the year the house was built. As I stepped closer to examine it, the whispers exploded into a cacophony of voices, no longer just in my head, but all around me, physical enough that the leaves on the trees trembled with their force. "Join us," they demanded over and over. The shadows at the edge of the clearing began to move. Not like someone walking, but like the darkness itself was alive, forming shapes that were almost human but wrong somehow. Too tall, too fluid. They began closing in, and I swear I could see faces in them contorted in anguish or rage. I ran. I dropped my flashlight and just ran, using my phone's weak light to avoid trees. Branches whipped my face. Roots seemed to reach up to trip me. The voices followed, screaming now rather than whispering. Something caught at my clothes, my hair, trying to hold me back. I don't remember much about getting back to the house. Somehow I made it, slammed the door, and collapsed on the floor. The whispers continued all night, angry now, threatening. I huddled in the center of my living room until dawn broke. That morning, I threw whatever I could fit into my car and left. I stayed with Melissa for a week, then found a small apartment in Austin. I hired someone to retrieve the rest of my belongings. The house went into foreclosure. I couldn't face trying to sell it to some other unsuspecting buyer. 3 years later, I still wake up sometimes hearing those whispers. I've researched obsessively, trying to understand what happened. I found records showing that before the house was built, that land was part of a larger property owned by a logging company. There are vague references to accidents and workers who went missing. Last month, I drove past the house. Someone has bought it. There's a swing set in the yard. I thought about stopping, warning them, but what would I say? That the trees want company, that whatever lives in those woods is patient and hungry. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined it all, but then I remember the diary, the whispers that others heard too, and the shadows in that clearing reaching for me with something like human hands. I don't know what would have happened if they'd caught me that night. I don't want to know. All I can say is, if you ever find a beautiful old house that seems too affordable to be true, ask the neighbors about it first. And if you hear whispers calling your name, don't follow. Story 20. I still can't explain what happened to me that night. It's been 2 years, and I've moved on from Willow Cove, found a job and a small apartment, but I still wake up sometimes thinking I hear that voice. I ended up homeless after losing my job at the cannery and then my apartment a few months later. Things fell apart pretty quickly after that. The only thing I refused to give up was my cat, Rusty. He'd been with me for 6 years, and I wasn't about to dump him at a shelter just because I couldn't get my shit together, so we both ended up on the streets of Willow Cove. If you've never been to Willow Cove, it's this small coastal town about 3 hours north of Portland. Pretty enough in the touristy areas, but like anywhere, it has its darker corners. The main homeless shelter was always packed, and they didn't allow pets. I tried sleeping in my car for a while until it got repossessed. After that, I started camping in this wooded area on the outskirts of town, up near the cliffs that overlook the ocean. I knew about the cliff's reputation before I set up there. Everyone in town did. They called it Ending Point because over the years, dozens of people had jumped to their deaths there. Not just regular folks dealing with depression, a lot of homeless people too. There were stories about bodies found in those woods, homeless folks who OD'd or, according to rumors, were even murdered there. But I was desperate, and the spot I found was secluded, about half a mile from the cliff edge, hidden enough that cops wouldn't hassle me during their occasional sweeps. My setup was basic, a 2-person tent I'd salvaged from a dumpster behind REI, a sleeping bag, and whatever stuff I could carry in my backpack. Rusty adapted to outdoor living pretty well. He'd hunt mice and small birds during the day and curl up with me at night. Having him there made the whole situation a little more bearable. I'd been living in those woods for about 3 months when it happened. It was mid-October, getting colder at night. I remember because I'd just managed to find a thicker sleeping bag at a church donation center the day before. That night, I'd fallen asleep around 11 after eating some canned beans and feeding Rusty the remains of a half-eaten burger I'd found outside the diner in town. I woke up suddenly. The kind of waking where you go from dead asleep to completely alert in a split second. At first, I thought it was Rusty making noise, but he was still curled up against my side, his eyes wide open, ears twitching. That's when I heard it. Singing, a woman's voice, so clear and beautiful it made my skin prickle. It wasn't loud, but somehow it carried through the trees like it was meant specifically for me to hear. I couldn't make out the words, but the melody was haunting, like some old folk song that stirs up feelings you didn't know you had. I checked my phone. It was 3:17 in the morning. The singing was coming from maybe 100 feet away, somewhere in the direction of the cliffs. My first thought was that some drunk girl had wandered away from a party, maybe headed dangerously close to the cliff edge, but the voice didn't sound drunk or slurred. It was too perfect, too controlled. Then, mid-note, it stopped, just cut off completely. The silence that followed was deafening. Rusty was on his feet now, back arched, staring at the tent wall facing the direction of the voice. I reached for my knife, a hunting knife I kept for protection. Living rough means always being prepared for trouble. I sat there in the dark, knife in hand, straining to hear anything. Footsteps, voices, anything that would explain what was happening. The woods were dead silent. Not even the usual sounds of nocturnal animals or the distant crash of waves against the cliffs below. Then a voice spoke right next to my tent, not from the direction of the singing, but from literally inches away from the thin fabric wall. "Is he awake?" A woman's voice, soft, curious, like she was asking someone else about me. I nearly pissed myself. I remember shouting, "What the fuck?" and scrambling to unzip the tent, knife still clutched in my hand. I burst out into the clearing, ready to confront whoever was there. But there was nobody, nothing. I spun around, sweeping my flashlight across the clearing and into the trees. The light bounced off tree trunks and undergrowth, but there was no sign of anyone. I checked the ground around my tent. No footprints, no disturbed leaves or broken twigs. Nothing to indicate anyone had been standing there seconds before. It was impossible. The ground around my tent was covered in dry leaves and small twigs. Anyone approaching would have made noise, and to leave without a trace in the seconds it took me to get out of the tent, physically impossible. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, flashlight in one hand, knife in the other, breathing hard and trying to make sense of what had just happened. Rusty was still inside the tent, and I could hear him making these low, growling sounds. I'd never heard from him before. Eventually, I sat down on a fallen log about 10 feet from my tent and lit a cigarette with shaking hands. I kept scanning the woods, listening for any sound that might explain what had happened. Nothing came. Just the faint sound of waves in the distance and the occasional rustle of leaves in the light breeze. After finishing my cigarette, I worked up the courage to check around my campsite more thoroughly. I swept my flashlight through the surrounding woods in widening circles, half expecting to see someone watching me from behind a tree. But there was nothing, no signs of anyone having been there at all. I finally went back into the tent, zipping it up tightly behind me. Rusty was huddled in the corner of the sleeping bag, his eyes still wide. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, just sat there with my knife, listening, jumping at every sound the forest made. When dawn finally came, I felt drained but somehow less afraid. I made instant coffee using my camp stove and tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe I'd dreamed the singing. Maybe the voice had been someone passing by who saw my tent and was checking if anyone was inside. But even as I thought this, I knew it wasn't true. No one could have approached without me hearing them, and no one could have disappeared so completely in the seconds it took me to get outside. I spent the day in town, partly to charge my phone at the library, and partly because I didn't want to be at my campsite. I even thought about trying to find somewhere else to stay, but I knew all the shelters would be full, and I didn't have money for a motel. So as the day wore on, I resigned myself to going back. I told myself it had been a one-off thing, maybe just my mind playing tricks after months of stress and poor sleep. That night passed without incident, and the next, I started to relax a bit, thinking maybe whatever it was had moved on. But living in those woods was different after that night. I'd noticed small things, Items in my backpack rearranged when I hadn't touched them, Rusty staring and hissing at empty spaces in the forest, the occasional feeling of being watched when I was alone at my campsite. Nothing as direct or terrifying as that voice, but enough to keep me on edge. A week or so after the incident, I ran into another homeless guy, Dave, while waiting in line at a food pantry. We got to talking, and I mentioned where I was camping. His face changed immediately. "The suicide woods? Man, you're braver than me," he said. "I stayed there for one night 2 years ago, heard singing coming from the cliffs. Beautiful singing, never went back after that. I felt a chill run through me. Did you ever see who was singing?" He shook his head. "Nah, but Jimmy. You know Jimmy with the army jacket? He says he woke up one night to a woman asking someone if he was awake, right outside his tent. Says when he looked, there was nobody there." I didn't tell Dave that the exact same thing had happened to me. I didn't want to feed into the stories or make myself seem crazy. But later, I asked around among other homeless folks, and several had stories about the woods near the cliffs. Most had heard the singing at some point. A few had experienced something more direct, whispers, questions, the feeling of someone sitting on their chest while they slept. I stayed in those woods for another 2 months before I managed to get into a halfway house in town. During that time, I never heard the singing again, never heard that voice asking about me, but I felt a presence sometimes, especially on clear nights when the moon was bright. Rusty would stare into the darkness, tracking something I couldn't see with his eyes. The locals had theories, of course. Some said the cliffs were haunted by the spirits of those who died there. The jumpers, the overdoses, the murder victims. Others said it was just the wind playing tricks or the mind breaking down from the stress of homelessness. I don't know what to believe. All I know is what I heard that night was real. The singing was real. The voice asking, "Is he awake?" was real. And whatever it was could appear and disappear without leaving a trace. Sometimes I wonder why it was interested in whether I was awake. Was it waiting for me to fall asleep? Did it want something from me, or was it just curious? I've got a small apartment now, and Rusty has adapted back to indoor living pretty well. But sometimes, usually around 3 in the morning, I'll wake up suddenly for no reason. In those moments between sleep and full wakefulness, I swear I can hear faint singing in the distance. And sometimes, just as I'm drifting back to sleep, I think I hear a soft voice near my bedroom door asking someone else a question about me. I keep telling myself it's just the memories playing tricks on me, that whatever was in those woods stayed in those woods. But then Rusty will be staring at my bedroom door, back arched, and I'll wonder if maybe, somehow, it followed me here. If maybe it's still trying to figure out if I'm awake and listening to its song. Story 21. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened last Thursday. I've never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural, but now I don't know what to think anymore. I was hanging out at my buddy Mark's place that afternoon. We were just chilling, playing some video games and talking about this concert we wanted to go to next month. Nothing out of the ordinary. I remember it was around 4 in the afternoon because we were debating whether to order pizza for an early dinner when my phone rang. It was my sister Emma. I could tell from her voice something wasn't right. She sounded freaked out, like genuinely scared, which isn't like her at all. "Daniel, are you home right now?" she asked, her voice shaking a little. "No, I'm at Mark's." "Why?" There was this pause, and I could hear her breathing on the other end. Then she asked, "Is there anyone else at our house who plays guitar?" That was weird. It's just me, Emma, and our grandparents living together since our parents moved to Arizona last year. Grandma and Grandpa don't play any instruments. "No. You know it's just me. What's going on?" I was starting to get concerned. "I've been hearing your guitar for the past half hour. Someone's playing Voice of the Soul. You know, that death song you always play when you first pick up your guitar." My stomach dropped. I always play that song first when I practice. It's like my warm-up routine, but I hadn't touched my guitar that day, and I'm meticulous about my equipment. I never leave my amp on or my guitar volume up. Never. That's rule number 1 of taking care of your gear. "Emma, that's not funny," I said, thinking she was messing with me. But deep down, I knew she wouldn't joke about something like this. I'm not joking, Daniel. I'm freaking out. Her voice cracked. Grandma and Grandpa are freaked out too. We're all sitting in the living room, and we can hear it clear as day coming from your room. It's been playing the same song over and over. Mark must have noticed the look on my face because he paused the game and was staring at me. Maybe it's my playlist on the computer, I suggested, grasping for any logical explanation. But I knew that didn't make sense. My computer was shut down, and even if it wasn't, my speakers weren't loud enough to be heard throughout the house like that. It's not a recording, Daniel. It doesn't sound exactly the same each time. There are little mistakes, different inflections. It sounds like someone's actually playing it. That sent chills down my spine. Anyone who plays guitar knows that no two performances are identical, especially with something as intricate as voice of the soul. Did you check my room? I asked. I've been too scared to go upstairs alone, Emma admitted. But listen to this. I called out earlier just to see what would happen. I shouted, "Hello, can you hear me?" And the music stopped for a few seconds. Then it started again, but slower, almost like whoever was playing was acknowledging that they heard me. My mouth went dry. I stood up, already grabbing my keys from the coffee table. "I'm coming home right now," I said. Mark followed me to the door, asking what was wrong. I just told him family emergency and that I'd explain later. The whole drive home, my mind was racing. How could someone be in my house, playing my guitar, and not just any song but the specific one I always played first? It's a 15-minute drive from Mark's place to my house. Those 15 minutes felt like hours. I kept thinking about my guitar, a Gibson Les Paul I'd saved up for years to buy. The thought of some stranger touching it made me angry, but the impossibility of the situation scared me even more. When I pulled into the driveway, I noticed all the lights were on in the house. As I got out of the car, I could hear it. The familiar melody of Voice of the Soul floating through the open windows. It wasn't loud, but it was unmistakable. And Emma was right. It wasn't a recording. There were subtle variations, little imperfections that only come from a human hand playing. Except I was that human hand, and I wasn't playing. I found Emma and my grandparents huddled in the living room. Grandma was clutching her rosary, and Grandpa, who's usually so stoic, looked pale. Emma jumped up when she saw me. "You can hear it, right?" she asked. I nodded, my eyes drawn to the ceiling, toward my bedroom on the second floor. The music was still playing, those haunting melodies floating down the stairs. "Has anyone gone up there?" I asked. They all shook their heads. Grandpa started to stand, but I motioned for him to stay put. "I'll go," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. I grabbed a baseball bat from the closet. Not that I thought it would help against whatever was up there, but it made me feel a little better. The stairs creaked under my feet as I climbed slowly, each step bringing me closer to the music. The door to my room was closed, which was strange because I always leave it open when I'm not home. I stood outside for a moment, listening. The playing continued, uninterrupted. Whoever or whatever was in there didn't seem to notice I was standing right outside. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. My room looked exactly as I'd left it that morning. Nothing was out of place. My guitar was on its stand next to my amp, which was lit up, indicating it was on. But there was no one there, no one at all. And yet the music continued to play. I watched, frozen in the doorway, as the strings on my guitar moved by themselves. They were being pressed and plucked by invisible fingers, producing those beautiful melancholy notes I knew so well. The volume knob on my guitar was turned up, and my amp was set to the exact settings I always used. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I just stood there, watching my guitar play itself. Then, as if sensing my presence, the music stopped. The strings stilled. The room fell silent except for the soft hum of the amp. "Hello?" I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. The temperature in the room seemed to drop suddenly. I could see my breath clouding in front of me, even though it was a warm spring day. And then, slowly, deliberately, my guitar began to play again. This time, it was just the opening notes of Voice of the Soul, played much more slowly than before, almost like a greeting. I don't know where I found the courage, but I stepped into the room. "Who are you?" I asked, louder this time. The music stopped again. Then, to my complete shock, the whammy bar on my guitar moved down and up, creating that distinctive wavering sound. It was almost like laughter. I remembered something then, something I'd tried to dismiss at the time. About 6 months ago, my ex-girlfriend Melissa, who was really into witchcraft and spiritual stuff, had told me there was a spirit in my house. She said she could sense it whenever she came over, and that it particularly loved when I played Voice of the Soul. I'd laughed it off at the time, thinking she was just trying to impress me with her psychic abilities. The weird thing was, I'd never told her that was the song I always played first. She'd just known somehow. "Do you like my music?" I asked, feeling ridiculous talking to an empty room, but also undeniably aware that I wasn't alone. The guitar strings vibrated gently, producing a soft, affirmative-sounding chord. I've always had this thing where people tell me I have a certain vibe that makes them feel comfortable. Friends always come to me with their problems. Strangers open up to me at parties, that kind of thing. Melissa used to say I had a safe energy that drew people in. Was it possible that this, whatever it was, felt the same way? Is that why you're here, because of the music? Another gentle chord, slightly different this time. By this point, Emma had gathered enough courage to come upstairs. She stood in the doorway, her eyes wide as she watched the exchange. "What the hell, Daniel?" she whispered. "I don't know," I said honestly, "but I don't think it wants to hurt us." As if to confirm this, the guitar started playing Voice of the Soul again, but this time it was gentler, almost like a lullaby version of the song. I took a step closer to my guitar. Can I join you?" I asked, reaching for my acoustic guitar that was leaning against the wall. The electric guitar's playing grew more enthusiastic, the notes coming faster and with more energy. I took that as a yes. I sat on my bed and positioned the acoustic on my lap. My hands were shaking, but I started to play along, harmonizing with the ghost guitarist. It was the strangest jam session of my life, but also one of the most amazing. The invisible player was good. Really good. Better than me, actually. They played with a fluidity and emotion I was still trying to achieve after years of practice. We played together for almost an hour. Emma eventually got over her fear enough to sit on the floor and watch. And even Grandma and Grandpa came up after a while, standing cautiously in the doorway. None of us could believe what was happening, but we couldn't deny it either. Eventually, the ghost seemed to tire. The playing became slower, softer, until finally it stopped altogether. The amp clicked off by itself and the room temperature returned to normal. We waited, but the guitar remained still. Whatever had been there was gone, or at least it was no longer playing. That was 5 days ago. It hasn't happened again since, though sometimes when I'm playing alone in my room, I feel like someone's listening. My family doesn't talk about it much. I think we're all trying to process it in our own ways. Grandma's been going to church more often. Grandpa pretends it never happened. Emma keeps asking me if I've heard from my ghost friend. As for me, I can't stop thinking about it. Who were they? Why my guitar? Why that song? I've researched the history of our house and found nothing unusual. No tragic deaths, no famous musicians who lived here before us. Nothing that would explain what happened. But every evening, I make sure to play Voice of the Soul at least once, just in case they're still listening, just in case they want to join in again. Because despite how terrifying it was, there was something incredibly beautiful about making music with someone, or something, I couldn't see but could somehow feel was there. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that day, but I know what I experienced was real. And sometimes when I'm playing late at night, I swear I can feel those invisible fingers playing alongside mine, harmonizing with notes only they can create. Story 22. I'm 32 now, but I still sleep with a light on. I've tried explaining this to girlfriends over the years. Some understand, most think it's weird, and a few have flat out left because of it. Can't really blame them. A grown man afraid of the dark isn't exactly a catch, but if they'd seen what I saw when I was 10, they'd never turn the lights off either. This all started back in 2001 when my family moved to this small brick house in rural Georgia. My mom had just had my baby brother with my stepfather, Rick, and we needed more space than our old apartment could offer. The house wasn't anything special. just a simple 3-bedroom place surrounded by farmland. The nearest neighbor was about half a mile down the road. At night, it got so dark out there you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The move happened right at the beginning of summer break, so I didn't have school to worry about. I should have been excited about the new place, but something felt off from the moment we arrived. The first week was fine. Unpacking, exploring the yard, helping Mom set up my baby brother's room. But then Rick started his new job at the paper mill, working the night shift. That's when things changed. Rick was really strict about the house being completely dark when he slept during the day. He'd put up these heavy blackout curtains in all the rooms and would lose his mind if any light seeped in while he was trying to sleep. At night, he expected the same courtesy. All lights out by 9 so he could get ready for work without being blinded by that damn hallway light, as he'd say. This was a huge problem for me. I'd always been scared of the dark, but I'd had a night light at our old place. Mom would usually let me keep my door cracked with the hallway light on. Not anymore. Rick insisted on total darkness. "He's too old for that baby crap," he told my mom when she tried to argue for at least a small nightlight. "He needs to man up." So there I was, lying in my new room in complete darkness that first night with the new rules. The house made all these weird noises, creaking, settling sounds that were probably normal but terrified me. I stared at the ceiling for what felt like hours, too afraid to close my eyes. That's when it happened the first time. I remember checking my Pokemon alarm clock. It was 11:23, when suddenly I felt wrong, like gravity shifted. There was this weird floating sensation, and then I was looking down at myself in bed. I was on the ceiling somehow, staring at my own body lying motionless under the covers. I couldn't move. Couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but watch myself from above. I don't know how long it lasted. Probably only a few minutes, but it felt like forever. Then, just as suddenly, I snapped back into my body with this violent jerk that made me gasp for air. I was drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. I ran to my mom's room crying. She was feeding the baby and looked exhausted. When I told her what happened, she just sighed and said I'd had a nightmare, but I hadn't even been asleep. I tried to explain that, but she just walked me back to my room, gave me a quick hug, and told me to try to get some sleep. The next day, I was a zombie. I couldn't focus on anything, couldn't eat. All I could think about was that night would come again. I begged Mom to let me keep a light on, and she finally compromised by leaving my door cracked about halfway, with the bathroom light on down the hall. It wasn't much, but it cast just enough light that I could make out the shapes in my room. I went to bed early that night, exhausted from not sleeping the night before. I was almost drifting off when I felt it, this weird, tingly sensation at the base of my skull. It was like someone was running ice water down my spine. I've come to call it the fear because there's really no other way to describe it. It's not just being scared. It's like your body suddenly knows something terrible is about to happen. I opened my eyes and froze. There, in the doorway, was a figure. Not exactly a person's shape, but definitely something solid and black, darker than the darkness around it. It just stood there watching me. I couldn't see eyes or a face, but I knew it was looking at me. I could feel its attention like a physical weight. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. I tried to move, but my body wouldn't respond. Then, it started moving toward me. Not walking, but gliding, like it was floating just above the floor. When it reached the foot of my bed, the pressure on my chest became unbearable. It felt like someone was sitting on me, crushing me into the mattress. I couldn't breathe. My lungs burned for air, but I couldn't draw a breath. The thing leaned over me, and I swear it was, I don't know, feeding? Like it was pulling something out of me through my mouth and nose. Not my breath exactly, but something deeper, something vital. The room got colder and colder until I was shivering violently. Just when I thought I was going to die, it stopped. The pressure lifted, and I gasped for air so hard it hurt my throat. The figure drifted backward, toward the door, and then disappeared into the hallway. I lay there for what felt like hours, afraid to move, afraid to call out. When my alarm clock showed it was 5 in the morning, I finally worked up the courage to run to my mom's room again. This time, Rick was home from work and not happy about being woken up. He told me to stop with the bullshit ghost stories and go back to bed. Mom just looked worried and tired. She walked me back to my room but didn't really listen when I tried to explain what happened. She just kept saying, "It was just a bad dream, honey. Try to go back to sleep." That day was even worse than before. I was terrified, exhausted, and nobody would believe me. I spent the whole day dreading nightfall. I begged, literally on my knees begged, to keep a light on in my room that night. Mom almost gave in, but Rick overheard and shut it down immediately. "The electric bill is already through the roof with the AC running all day," he said. "He'll be fine." I wasn't fine, not even close. That third night was the worst. I fought sleep as long as I could, but eventually, exhaustion won out. I woke up sometime after midnight to that same feeling. The fear, but much stronger this time. The thing was already in my room, not by the door, but floating right beside my bed. It was bigger somehow, more solid, and this time I could make out something like arms extending from its mass. It reached out and put what felt like hands around my neck, not choking me, but holding me in place. I couldn't turn my head, couldn't move my arms or legs. I was completely paralyzed, but fully conscious, fully aware of what was happening. It leaned in close to my face, and though it had no features I could see, I sensed it was studying me, curious about me. The pressure started again, worse than before. Not just on my chest now, but everywhere, like I was being crushed from all directions. My vision started to darken around the edges, and I knew I was about to pass out. In that moment, I was certain I was going to die. Then, from down the hall, my baby brother started crying. The sound was like an electric shock through the room. The pressure vanished instantly, and the figure jerked back, almost like it was startled. It retreated to the corner of my room, seemed to hesitate, then passed through the wall like it was never there. I lay there gasping and sobbing silently until dawn. When morning finally came, I was a complete wreck. I had dark circles under my eyes, and Mom noticed right away. I told her everything again, and this time, something in my appearance must have scared her because she actually listened. She sat with me at the kitchen table while Rick was asleep and asked me to explain exactly what had been happening. When I finished, she looked genuinely worried. Not like she believed me exactly, but like she was concerned about my mental state. She suggested maybe I was sleepwalking or having night terrors. I kept insisting I was awake the whole time, that this was real. Surprisingly, it was Rick who came up with a solution. He'd noticed my mom's concern and, probably more to calm her than to help me, suggested they put the small TV from their bedroom into my room. The kid can fall asleep watching it. The light and noise might help, and it uses less electricity than leaving lights on all night. That night, I fell asleep with the TV on, tuned to Cartoon Network with the volume low. For the first time in days, I slept through the night. No floating sensation, no shadow figure, just blessed normal sleep. The TV became my salvation. Every night I'd fall asleep with it on, and the shadow never returned, at least not while the TV was on. There were a couple of times over the years when the power went out or the TV broke, and I swear I felt that same tingly fear start to creep back. But as long as I had some source of light and sound, I was safe. We moved away from that house when I was 14, but my fear of the dark never left. I've researched what happened to me for years now. Some scientists call it sleep paralysis, but that doesn't explain how I saw myself from the ceiling that first night. Others suggest hypnagogic hallucinations, but those aren't supposed to happen when you're fully awake. I've read accounts from people all over the world who've seen similar shadow figures. Some call them demons, others say they're interdimensional beings. I don't know what to believe. All I know is what I experienced was real, and it still affects me to this day. So yeah, I sleep with a light on. Judge me if you want, but unless you've felt that thing draining the life out of you while you're completely helpless to stop it, You don't get to have an opinion on how I cope. Sometimes I wonder if it's still in that house, waiting for the next kid whose parents make them sleep in the dark. Or worse, maybe it followed me, and the light is the only thing keeping it at bay. Either way, I'm not taking any chances. Not now, not ever.